So hello and good afternoon to everybody in the room and online to our 11th New Paradigm workshop that we're holding this today and tomorrow. And we decided some time ago to hold it around the topic of good jobs and gute Arbeit, which is the same word in German and the same program or the same topic as one of the main agenda topics in the political arena, which now has been confronted with a lot of current issues that I don't need to explain, post-COVID issues, war, inflation. So we are confronting these two things in the next 2 days, and I will just give you a small introduction of what we think that is about. So, as I said, we are in the fall or early 2022, and there are high energy prices, supply chain disruptions, which have led to high inflation, record high inflation rates, and falling real income. Germany and probably the US in different ways are heading to recessions. And that is in the midst of policy agendas which would have liked to promote good jobs and maybe have. And the big question is what has been already achieved and what is going to be the agenda. In the political context, we are ahead of some weeks ahead of the US midterm elections, with the big question if Joe Biden will lose his majority. So his capacity to continue his policies. And we have 1 year of Ampel, of traffic light coalition in Germany. So these two things were, for us, reason to put this topic into a transatlantic agenda or perspective, which is looking like this. If you see on the left, Joe Biden has been quoted saying, "We are going to create millions of good-paying union jobs." So building back better is something his big agenda means that there's an updated social contract, higher wages, stronger benefits, and fair and safe workplaces. In Germany, this sounds nearly similar. With a new social contract that guarantees full employment, labor protection, socially acceptable living wages, and so on. So something which on both sides of the Atlantic has been or is on the top of the agenda. This is interesting for us also because it translates something which we are very much thinking about, these paradigm shifts. So looking quite some years back, in the high times of what we call market liberalism, there has been a very influential study by the OECD, bringing together a lot of evidence at the time and a lot of thoughts at the time in 1994, the OECD job study, which have become famous. And the main diagnosis at that time was that unemployment is linked to overly strict job protection legislation, to generous benefit systems, excessive minimum wages, and administrative extension of wage agreements. So with other words in the text, this has been, as some of you may remind, has been the main thinking about labor markets and about jobs at the time, and the OECD has very much reflected that. There has been, by the same organization, the Employment Outlook, which has been published 10 days ago, about 10 days ago. And this now, in 2022, the title is Building Back More Inclusive Labor Markets. And the topics are high labor market concentration has caused monopoly power. That's one thing that we will come back to tomorrow in a session. So there has been overly reduced wages, job security has worsened, and the OECD recommendation in 2022 is now higher minimum wages and stronger collective bargaining plus regulation of anti-competitive practices. So this reflects, just by one organization we could take others, but the OECD has been very prominent for this at the time in the mid-90s. A very fundamental shift. Just to recall the recommendations, at the time it was limit collective bargaining, reassess role of minimum wages, so question the role of minimum wages. Today it's very much about regulate anti-competitive practices, promote collective bargaining, and introduce or raise minimum wages. So why is it, and what has been behind, and what is the new thing? What is good jobs? Someone who has very early developed the idea, and we have him already online, is Dani Rodrik, talking about and developing the concept of good jobs as a new guideline for policymaking in 2019. And having thought about this before, we already had Dani at our workshop 2 years ago, talking to Jörg on globalization and good jobs. So some of the core ideas he will present in a minute, so I won't talk largely about this. Just to give another example, the German Trade Union Confederation has developed an index already some time ago, trying by surveys to measure the good jobs, the felt good jobs, by a number of indications. So this is something which is around, that has been developed, and that has been at the origin of what policymakers are doing. And the thing is that apparently this has had a number of successes. We will have Mike Konczal later at about 3 o'clock, who's going to largely talk about this phenomenon in the US, talking about the real big, the best upswing for jobs for decades. I would like to just give you some numbers for Germany, which is to place it into a context to say, it seems as if there has been some progress on good jobs. And now we are in the midst of a crisis, and we need to question if this will continue. One indication is the development of the low-wage sector. This is one main central definition. We see that there has been a growth in the low-wage sector in the 1990s until 2006-07, around having reached a peak of around 24%, and then a stabilization for some years. And we see recently a trend, or the most recent numbers going down. So there seems to be something like a turnaround regarding low wages. Another indication of these, what we call bad jobs, has been the growth of part-time jobs, and a lot of involuntary part-time jobs as measured by the OECD. These are numbers of the recent unemployment outlook for 2021. And you can see that there has been these numbers of temporary employment as percentage of dependent employment has grown to nearly 15% in Germany in 2007 at the high times of the market liberal reforms, and has gone down to around 11% in the recent years. And the part of the part-time jobs that have been involuntary part-time jobs has also decreased very much, due certainly also to the good development on the job market in global terms, from 20% to around 7%. This is the number of what we call in Germany geringfügige Beschäftigung, which is so some people working quite a limited number of time, and these marginally remunerated employees were about 5 million in the time between 2007, 2005, and 2015 around. There have been some statistical changes, political changes, but the trend since is quite clear, and we are now about 1 million less of these marginal jobs. So, and then another indication to nearly finish is, just to throw it in, the share of labor income and national income. This is just to one indication. You can question the definition of whatever indicator, but this reflects that there has been quite a positive development of wages in Germany in mean terms, and also across the border, the different scales, where you can see that the share of labor income and national income has been around 64% in the mid-2000s, and now is above 70% or around 70%. So also something which is growing. Which has not very much changed in Germany is the downward trend in collective agreements until recently, so which is 2019, I think the latest numbers in this chart. You've seen on the red bar reflects the number of companies that do not have collective agreements. And the number of trade union membership, trade union membership has also decreased. You can say in the end, between 2010 and 2021, there has not been a stark degrowth anymore, but neither something which is going up. So this is just to throw in some numbers for Germany, and we will discuss a lot of them in the next few hours. The big question, as said at the beginning, is: will inflation lead to it will lead to real income degrowth? So there will be a loss of power of income for people, real income, and that will be the strongest decrease for decades, probably in 2023, depending on things that we can't forecast very precisely at the moment. There will be recession that will produce higher unemployment. German GDP will shrink, and there are very different forecasts between 0.5% degrowth in 2023 and more than 3%, depending on what will be the outcome. This will have a huge impact on unemployment, and certainly also on the balance power on the labor market that we will discuss later on. So the question is, will stagflation reverse the trend towards good jobs? Is history returning in that sense? Because after the last big stagflation period, there has been a real paradigm shift, but in the other sense, towards the liberalization, deregulation of labor markets, and what we have seen reflected by the OECD in the report, the job studies report at the time. So the question is, will that come back also? So something reversing the recent trends, which leads me to our agenda. We will have a very exciting talk between Dani, Rodrik, that I already quoted, is already online, and Jörg Kukies, who's the chief economist of the German Federal Chancellery and G7 Sherpa, about just these questions, about good jobs in times of war and inflation. We will then switch to the US, have a focus on the US with the talk of Mike Konczal with Shahin Valeh on the revolution against low-paid work that he has sensed in the US in recent years. Then continue with a session on Germany, having an introduction by Jutta Allmendinger, talking about the good jobs, good work in transition. That's a program that she's running, and a discussion afterwards. We will talk about later in the afternoon about shall we all work less, which is one topic related to the thinking about good jobs. And tomorrow there will be focus sessions on individual topics on climate neutral economy. So will this transition create more good jobs or more bad jobs? What does it mean in the end for our topic, the good jobs topic? We will have an introduction to a fund that is proposed by the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister of Saarland in Germany, talking about how to design a pro-cyclical fund policies to anticipate changes in the labor market that will arise from the transition. And that's something that Dani Rodrik has worked about also, and recently just published a paper on these local industrial policies. So something that we will come back to tomorrow. We will have a big session on rebalancing power, which is all about how to collective bargaining. We'll have some Stefan Konczal from the German Trade Union Confederation, Christoph Schmidt from the Institute in RWE Institute in Essen, Anka Hassel and Manuela Barisic about this very important topic. And we will finish tomorrow with a session on artificial intelligence, which is something which is debated very much in the US by a lot of very prominent scholars today, Darren Acemoglu, for example, and also Anton Kohenek, saying that we need probably some policies, more directive policies, directed change to avoid that robots and artificial intelligence might replace good work, good jobs. So this is something which is really paradigm changing, and this will be challenged. This view will be challenged by, beneath others, Jens Südekum. There is one open session. We will talk about this later. We'll tell you, give you an update on that tomorrow for tomorrow in the afternoon. And I will hand over now to Nicolas, just recalling our housekeeping rules, very simple. So if you have questions in the room, raise your hand. If you have questions online, use the Q&A function, and we will, for those, be sure who will not be introduced in the discussion, any of your questions and remarks will be copied and sent to the panelists. Nicolas Brandt has accepted to moderate our next session of opening session. Unfortunately, Jörg Kukies couldn't come here, which is a last-minute change, because the Chancellor is asking him to be with him, and that seems to be quite important. It's at least more important than to be here. So Nicolas is here in presence, Dani Rodrik and Jörg Kukies online, and please, Nicolas, start.
Yes, so I have the immense pleasure and honor to chair a session between Dani Rodrik from Harvard and Jörg Kukies, the G7, G20 Sherpa of the German Chancellor, on what I would almost like to call the return of good jobs in bad times, war and inflation and full-fledged cost of living crisis. But we'll start with upbeat, I hope, messages from Dani Rodrik from Harvard, who's going to tell us how he thinks about good jobs and what policies can do to generate them. Dani, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicola. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you, Thomas, for inviting me. Very nice to see you, Jörg Kukies. Look forward to our discussion. I think it's even before the current crisis and the pandemic, I think it's clear that taking a somewhat longer perspective on the state of our economies and polities, it was clear to everyone that things had not been working well. I think a very clear link between the problems that our economies have faced and our problems that our polities have faced is what's been happening in labor markets. I think there is a significant amount of evidence that has emerged in the last few years that links labor market shocks and labor market anxieties and the disappearance of good jobs, the difficulties of maintaining middle-class living standards, to the rise of authoritarian populists, right-wing nativists in the advanced countries. The fact that good jobs have become scarce because of a variety of factors since the 1980s at least, technological change, in particular automation and skill-based technological change, the forces of global competition, hyper-globalization, and also frankly, the deinstitutionalization of labor markets through deregulation and the weakness of collective bargaining and labor unions have collectively created what labor economists call the phenomenon of labor market polarization, where essentially sort of the kind of jobs that have been traditional conduits or paths to the middle class have tended to erode. And we see the consequences, for example, also we look at the statistics on the size of the middle class in many advanced countries that have actually been shrinking. This has been most striking in the United States, where the middle class was never very large to begin with, but has shrunk quite significantly. But even in Germany, if you look over the period since the 1980s, there has been a significant shrinkage in the relative size of the middle class. If you take the middle class as the size of the groups in between the 30th and 70th percentiles in the income distribution, albeit, as I think Thomas mentioned, some improvements in the last few years, but the decline has been there over that longer period of time. Because the disappearance or the scarcity of good jobs, particularly in regions of our economies that have been hard hit by shocks of deindustrialization, technological change, Chinese competition, because this is not simply a problem of inequality and exclusion, but also have much broader social and political implications in the way that our societies can cohere and the way that our politics works. I regard this problem of good jobs as essentially akin to the problem of climate change. That is, that climate change is the biggest threat to our physical environment. I think what's happening in labor markets, labor market polarization, and the problem or the scarcity of good jobs is the biggest threat to our social and political environment. So that's, I think, is why this is an important priority for our economic policies. Now, we know that quite closely connected to this, we have had a kind of a return to industrial policy in all our economies in the United States and in Europe. And I'd like to think that this return to industrial policies, what I've called a kind of a more productivist approach to economic policies, can be linked with this problem in a way that actually encourages the increase in the supply of good jobs. This is working closely with our innovators, our entrepreneurs, our firms to increase the supply of good jobs beyond simply standards and minimum wages, collective bargaining, and training. Now, the industrial policy, of course, has always been with us, even when it was out of fashion. So, but I think the change today is that the question has become not whether, but how. And I think this is a very important and positive development. We're discussing how we should carry out industrial policy, not whether we should have one or not, because regardless of what economists think, industrial policy has been always in practice. Now, when we look at the priorities for industrial policy, whether it is in Europe or the United States, what we see actually that even though jobs or good jobs or the quality of jobs is often mentioned, the priorities are by and large not on these labor market problems. That in the United States is really about geopolitical competition with China, reshoring the supply chains, and of course also the climate transition, the energy transition. All of those are supposed to create good jobs and address the needs of the distressed communities, but that's supposed to follow as a kind of a byproduct. In Europe, of course, is the digitalization and the climate transition, which are the primary objectives of European industrial policy today. Again, it is often mentioned that this will also create good jobs and will help labor markets. But the fact is that the employment or the good job objectives are largely incidental, and the presumption is that investments in manufacturing, in high-tech, in green industries, supply chain reshoring will also promote adequate levels of productive employment as a byproduct where they are needed. I think this is unlikely to be the case because I think the bulk of the jobs that we need are going to come from sectors where these new priorities are actually not addressing, in particular service sectors and smaller, medium-sized enterprises, which is where the jobs are going to be coming from. So I think we do need an industrial policy that is going to put good job creation front and center, focusing on the demand side of the labor markets as demand that's coming from firms, in addition to supply in terms of investments in education. And the reason we need an industrial policy in addition to collective bargaining, enhancing workers' voice, or in the case of the United States, appropriate minimum wage policies or adequate labor protections, is that the only way you can create the kinds of good jobs that you want is by increasing productivity in those sectors that are the most likely to be the source of job creation. And so I think this productivity focus is what makes this a kind of an appropriate arena for industrial policy. In a recent policy paper that I have written for the United States, I essentially focus on a kind of a two-pronged approach here, one that is local, the other is much more national or federal. The local prong essentially builds on strengthening and disseminating existing local and regional economic development efforts that combine workforce development with business development, explicitly targeting the kind of good jobs. Essentially, the idea here is the mobilization and the empowering of local coalitions, cross-sectoral coalition involving trainers, community colleges, businesses, local governments to provide the public inputs that local firms need in order to prosper in return for sort of soft commitments on the creation of jobs satisfying certain good jobs criteria. Example of this exist all around, but I think they need to be scaled up and strengthened. The more sort of national or in the US federal effort and maybe European-wide effort that I think is required would be a kind of an effort to focus on new technologies that are particularly labor-friendly. I think our narrative in technology is that basically technology has its own direction, falls onto our laps from the sky, and the labor force, society has to adjust to that technology. So the whole narrative is about investing in our workforce so that they can adapt to the demands of these new technologies. But we know that the direction of technology is not given. It is shaped both by our incentives, our tax incentives, as well as our norms, the way that public innovation efforts are shaped, just like we try to direct technological change in a greener direction. We can direct technology investments in digital and new technologies in ways that are going to augment the skills of lower or middle skilled workers, particularly in the service sector, which, as I said, is where the jobs are going to be coming from. So I think a kind of, in the context of the United States, what I suggested was a kind of an ARPA for workers, as the Advanced Research Projects Administration in the United States that, sort of engages in this frontier innovation efforts that have been very successful model. Well, we can imagine an effort along those lines that focuses on the development of labor-friendly technologies. So I think just to close here my introductory remarks, I think this kind of new industrial policy is different from the way that we normally think about industrial policy, which traditionally has focused on manufacturing, on national champions, on tradable sectors, has been largely top-down in the form of incentives, subsidies. And I think the kind of industrial policy that we actually do have a track record that has worked in a number of different areas, but needs to be reoriented, is one that focuses much more on services, where the bulk of the jobs are going to be created in the future in the US as well as in Europe. It's going to have to focus on smaller and medium-sized enterprises rather than national champions. And instead of top-down subsidies and incentives, it has to involve a different role for the public sector that is much more collaborative, much more one of goal setting, discovery, and provision of missing public inputs, providing coordination for local actors, soft conditionalities, process of monitoring, iteration, goal revision, and fostering local experimentation in this area. So that's a lot of stuff already but I'm trying to limit myself to, or probably exceeded the 10 minutes that was allotted for me. Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you, Dani, and for these very interesting ideas, and to pick them up and put them a little bit perhaps in the German policy context. So, if I look at the policies of the new government that you represent, your Kukies and the coalition treaties or the goals that you've set yourself. So there's a lot of industrial policy in some ways in there. So you want to promote the green transition. It's something you've worked on in the G7 presidency as well. The uptake and development of digital technology, sustainable mobility, and hydrogen, for example. That's on the one hand. And on the other hand, there's also a lot about good jobs. Higher minimum wage, lots about training, lifelong training, but also better transfers such as Bürgergeld, Kindergrundsicherung, etc. And if I understand Dani's argument correctly, what he basically says is, well, what you should be doing is taking industrial policies and then work with business, work with training providers to direct the technological change that you're looking at in a way that it creates at the same time good jobs. So putting these good jobs at the heart of industrial policy. So does this idea, concept speak to you, and how could you do it in terms of implementing it?
Yes, thank you, and many thanks. And again, apologies that I can't be there in person, but today we had both the German-Dutch climate cabinet with our friends from the Netherlands, and we are about to start with the conference of the 16 prime ministers of our regional Länder. So apologies that I sort of could only squeeze in a video slot. But what I would like to try to convince Dani of in the next 10 minutes is that what you said, Dani, as very often good jobs being sort of incidental to other policy objectives, for us in the coalition agreement and which drives our policy making, good jobs are really at the core and at the center of policy making. So I think that was already explained in the introduction briefly. It is a central aspect of our policy making. In a way, it's natural for a country that as Germany has so few energy resources, so few natural resources, so few commodities, that human capital essentially is the one aspect that we have and that we have to build upon. And I think the Chancellor's election campaign, which had good jobs, which had respect for all types of jobs at the core and at the center of his campaign, is really illustrious and illustrates very clearly that this is not sort of a side effect of what we're doing in other areas, but really a core element of the platform. And of course, the two elements that are essential apart from the aspect of qualification, lifelong learning, is on the one side good pay, and on the other side job security. So of course, those two elements that are at the core of our policymaking are under massive threat at the moment. So I want to spend a few minutes explaining what we're doing to counter the immediate threat, especially in terms of job security and pay at the moment. Because of course, the main theme as a corollary of the higher energy prices and the dislocation that we're seeing is that the non-tradable sector is struggling to stay alive and to cover the higher energy costs in a way that allows businesses to operate. And the tradable sector, of course, is being massively incentivized to move to locations with much lower energy costs and similar levels of incentives as the European Union. So that is really the strategy that we've embraced under the Chancellor's mantra, "You will never walk alone," which means that we are willing and able to provide a huge amount of support both to private households and citizens, but also to businesses to struggle with this. And of course, it has a very substantial effect on job security. Preserving our industrial base is absolutely key. And of course, part of that industrial base has over-relied certainly to the supply of cheap gas from Russia over the past decades, also cheap oil from Russia. But the reliance and the unilateral direction and the concentrated risk on the exposure to Russian gas is certainly the most striking. And of course, that is under severe strain and stress at the moment due to Russia using energy as a weapon. We've reacted very quickly. We are building out the diversification into other sources of energy. On the one side, renewables, but on the other side, also globally traded natural gas. So we are building out the port infrastructure in a very fast way. We are cooperating with partners such as the US, Norway, Belgium, Netherlands, the Middle East to diversify ourselves, because we are seeing that the number of jobs that are at risk from high energy prices is severely high, whether it's in our chemicals industry, in our automotive industry, in our machinery industry, even semiconductors. Given the price differential on electricity are under threat. So in that sense, getting a control on energy prices is certainly a core element, and that is precisely what's behind the plan that we announced last week of spending 200 billion euros over the next 3 years to constrain that massive spike in energy prices. And of course, also one of the elements of preserving good jobs is also to preserve our utility sector, which was due to the overexposure to Russia very directly at risk of serial insolvency. And we also spend a substantial double-digit billion euro amount to stabilize those companies. What are we doing and how are we going about that? On the one side, we are very glad we saw that in the Corona crisis and in the current crisis with KfW to have a promotional bank that helps us intervene whenever the private sector is reluctant to lend. We can see that very clearly in the energy sector at the moment, where credit limits are constraining lending capacity to the real economy. We're using our guarantee programs. We have a special program for energy cost containment for the energy intensive industries, and are of course with the 200 billion program planning to roll that out very, very substantially. And also work in progress, a grant program for small and medium-sized enterprises. So all of those programs are really essential at the moment to avoid the risk of mass job losses due to serial insolvencies in the energy intensive sector. And of course, as we're experiencing, many, many more sectors become energy intensive if you have a tripling or quadrupling of energy prices, because margin erosion, of course, also happens in sectors that a year ago considered themselves not highly energy intensive. So in that sense, we really had to intervene in a large scale. We're working with our colleagues in the European Union to make sure that the concerted response at the European level continues. And of course, on the other side, with all of the support that we're doing at the moment to contain energy prices, simultaneously, we have to move ahead with the green transition that will affect the future-proofness of everything that we are doing. So short term, make sure that we survive this supply side shock, but medium term, and also at the moment, continuing with the green transformation. As we saw when we did the Esbjerg North Sea Wind Energy Summit, there are hundreds of thousands of highly skilled jobs being created in the renewables energy, whether in production, whether in transmission, whether in managing the grid. All of those jobs are highly skilled. And the same goes, of course, for many of the adjunct sectors that we are looking to transform. Of course, the coalition agreements core element of making job training an integral part of working life is core to that. There are frictions in this green transformation. The automotive sector is a very good example for that, where of course quite a lot of the jobs in classic carburetor-driven automotives are at risk. But at the same time, given the very large growth of electric mobilities, there's also new qualification profiles taking place. So making sure that we requalify all of those whose traditional production work is at risk into the new world is something that's very, very core to our strategy, and the government is helping companies cope with that and helping with that transformation. We have founded a coalition for transformation with the companies, with the government, with the trade unions to accompany that process. And I think that's extremely important to use the benefits of our vocational training system, but also lifelong learning. And we've institutionalized that into an alliance for education and job training to facilitate all of these frictions and breaks that you have in the transformation. Of course, decent pay is also very near and dear to our hearts. In Germany, we have high pay, and that is one of the characterizing elements of our economy. The growth in real income has been steady between 1999 and 21. Real incomes have grown at close to 1% per annum. So that is inflation adjusted and it is continuing. As of this Saturday, I'm proud to announce that Germany has also very substantially increased our minimum wage. So that law was passed earlier this year and has come into effect just 3 days ago. So now we have a 12 euros per hour minimum wage newly into effect, which of course helps a lot of our marginally employed people. And for them also the limits up to which workers don't directly have to pay social security contributions have also increased substantially. So those measures are very important for the to face or combat the erosion of real purchasing power in this high inflation environment. Our support packages on the social side target low-income households in particular, because of course, energy costs as a fraction of income is particularly high in low-income countries. So we're working with combinations of tax relief, direct transfer, and strongly subsidized elements like public transport on the one side to help the public good, public transport, but of course also to support the low income. We've also instigated a special incentive where employers who give direct transfers and one-off payments to their employees up to 3,000 euros are completely exempted from taxation and social security contributions. So I think that's also important. One of the elements that, of course, we are also using on the international scale is the openness of our society and our economy to immigration. Of course, Germany has benefited greatly from intra-EU immigration flows, and we are working with a law called the Fachkräfteeinwanderungsgesetz, which means the facilitation, the law that facilitates the migration of skilled people, that has been so far concentrated on very highly qualified labor, and we are now expanding that to all types of qualification, where we really want to modernize our immigration regulation and open the borders to pretty much anyone looking for employment in our country. As the G7 presidency, that will be my last point, we've also made it a very clear priority in the G7 process to fight for good jobs and to create a global coalition for good jobs. The statement from Elmau, I think, is a very, very clear testimony to that. G7 employment ministers agreed on concrete actions in this directions, joint steps towards just transition, creation of decent, high quality work for a green economy. All of those headlines were very important. And to be even more specific, the G7 passed an action plan for inclusive continuing education and training of adults towards a green economy, and a roadmap towards safe and healthy work in a green economy. So the G7 is also prioritizing this, and we're now working on the G20, which will be the work of the next few weeks to get more global support for our view of good jobs. So many thanks, and looking forward to a discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think, Dani, this begs two questions in some ways. Well, the first one is probably, and I know you're well aware of the massive energy shock and cost of living shock that in particular Europe is facing. So the policies for good jobs that you have in mind, is it even possible in such bad times? And the second one is, your Kukies also described quite clearly the kind of policies that the government has in mind, that the G7 has worked on. Does this correspond to your concept of putting good jobs at the heart of industrial policies?
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Jörg, for that very comprehensive description. Of course, Germany is a country that I often mention in the United States when we have these discussions as a positive example of how many of the elements that ought to be in place in countries like the United States already do exist in Germany. I think Germany is exemplary in sort of traditionally in terms of its labor market institutions, the strength of its labor protections, the co-determination, the strength of its industrial training and skills development programs, and the role of the Länder play in local business development and so forth. So we know, for example, that evidence shows that German firms tend to be much more careful about the impact on labor and job displacement when they introduce new technologies compared to firms in the United States, partly because of the strength of these labor market institutions and the traditional attitudes of the government in such matters. So I'm delighted to hear that especially this government has good jobs at the core of its program. I mean, I think many of my comments about European industrial policy were directed to sort of, the existing focus in the European Union, and I think in the European Union at large, I think when you talk about industrial policy, it tends to be really about the digital transformation, the climate change, supply chains, manufacturing. When you talk about the need to revive good jobs, it becomes a discussion largely about collective bargaining, minimum wages, transfers, or sort of training programs and so forth. I think in our collective consciousness, we haven't linked sort of the productive efforts in terms of industrial and innovation policies with the challenge of good jobs sufficiently. And I think those two agendas are the ones that I want to see merged to a much greater extent than at least I've observed at the level of Europe as a whole.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and well, perhaps you can elaborate a bit on the bad times. I think that part you you dropped. Is it just a bad period we have to go through, and then you look at you can start thinking about implementing your idea of industrial policies that put good jobs at the core, or is it even when you're battling to diversify away from Russian gas, is it something that you could, even in such an emergency situation, you could apply it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are arguments that go both ways. I mean, on the one hand, I mean, much of what I'm proposing in terms of reorientation of policies are not fiscally demanding or fiscally expensive programs. So I'm not talking about, sort of expanding subsidies or tax incentives or tax credits or, large investments in public infrastructure or anything like so. So in terms of the demands on the treasury, it's not so there's not an argument that we can't afford it now in the midst of a crisis. On the other hand, of course, at the moment of crisis and the cost of living, I think priorities become focused on the needs of the moment. And I think the needs of the moment have been stated very clearly by Jörg. But crises also are times when we are compelled to try new things, compelled to do new things. So there are windows of opportunity that also come with that. So it's really a matter of politics, which as an economist, I'm really not, much less about as an outsider to Germany, not in a really position to comment very intelligently on. But I don't think this is a structural problem of our economies. It will be there, I think, even when we navigate the cost of living crisis and the inflation and the immediate implications of the Ukraine war and the energy crisis. And so because it's a structural problem, it's going to take a while to solve that. So I don't think we can fundamentally afford to postpone it.
I would actually add that the need to act is greater rather than we can delay anything. I mean, if you go through the numbers and talk both to the large industrialists in Germany and the SMEs who are working on the green transformation of our economy, the need to qualify people is one of the binding constraints on the speed with which we can do this transformation of our economy. I mean, just the sheer size of the investment, both in physical assets, but also people, to generate the 200 gigawatts of solar power that we want to build in Germany, the 170 gigawatts of onshore and offshore wind, the transmission grid, the smart meters, all of that will be a massive investment into IT, into systems, into hard assets, but of course, people. I mean, that's the core thing. We cannot afford to repeat the mistake that we once made on solar panels, where we allowed massively subsidized, highly distortive imports from China to destroy our own production base, right? I mean, I think that's it's extremely important that we're less naive, I would say, than we were in the past this time around. And if we achieve that, all of the industrialists that we talk to say we don't even need a lot of subsidies. We need a framework. We need certainty. If we build plants to manufacture turbines for wind production, we need to know that the policies put in place now will still be around 5, 10, 15 years from now, right? And once we set this framework and we set the standards, interestingly, like the US is doing with the Inflation Reduction Act, we're doing with our massive build out of renewable energies. Once the framework is there, the investment flows and good jobs flow. And then the key question that we really have is, from the people building the massive wind farms offshore to the crafts person building rooftop solar. no matter who you talk to, they all say our biggest constraint is to find skilled people to do these jobs, right? So qualification is really the scarcity that we're facing with, and we can only deal with that by massively investing into skills and for us, of course, given our demographics, also importing talent from the world.
And in terms of investment and skills, and also the collaboration that Dani described between higher education institutions, or in Germany the dual training system, do you think we have the right framework in place? So we saw when Thomas Fricke introduced the subject, he showed that in some ways there are more good jobs now in Germany than perhaps 10, 15 years ago, but there are also some things that deteriorated. For example, the traditional strength that Dani mentioned, so high union membership, strong coverage with collective bargaining. So will the social partners need to be strong and there in order to manage this transition, manage the retraining that is needed to get the right, to have the right skills in place?
From my perspective, definitely yes. We're setting a lot of incentives in that direction, and the trade unions, of course, are core to that transformation. I mean, if you look at, for example, the energy sector, the union has been one of the key positive participants into the decarbonization of our energy industry, even though it's, of course, caused, as many of these transformations, a lot of frictions. But net, we are absolutely convinced that in moving from fossils to renewables, on aggregate, a lot of jobs will be created, and the unions are really helping us in that transition process.
And you also said, very importantly, that what is important for business, what they tell you is what we need is a framework where we see that the policy is there now, it will be there in 10 years. What will also be needed a lot, and what's stressed a lot in the coalition agreement, is of course investment in energy infrastructure for renewables and digital infrastructure, etc. Now with the crisis that is ongoing, of course, there's a lot of spending now on war, on direct support to weather the energy crisis. So will you be able to make sure that the public investment is also there, so that business has the right framework to invest themselves?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the Climate Transition Fund is now loaded with 60 billion euros ready to go, and it's constantly being reloaded with the emissions trading system revenues that we are generating. So public spending will not be the binding constraint. In fact, the coalition agreement is very clear, and the feedback that we are getting from private sector investors shows us that renewables is not only from an ESG and clean energy and climate perspective, an attractive place to go for investments, but also from a levelized cost of energy perspective. As we're seeing at the moment with these massively high electricity prices, the renewables sector is making a huge amount of money at the moment, so much that we are saying that we need to limit the profitability of this sector somewhat to be able to finance some of the social transfers to mitigate the increase in energy prices. So from a cost perspective per unit of megawatt hour produced, the attractiveness of the renewable sector is in and of itself sufficient to attract investment. The question is, on a lot of the issues that we have, for instance, storage through hydrogen, where the cost is still higher, there, of course, some initial investments will need to be made from the public sector to incentivize the industrialization of some of these processes, which will lead to fixed cost regression, innovation, and those things, similar to the wind industry, which at the beginning also needed public sector support, but is now standalone, willing and able to generate investments once the framework is established.
Thank you very much. Very insightful. And yeah, Dani, perhaps you can tell us a little bit. I'm not sure when you have to leave, but you will tell us. for the United States. So there's 2 years now of the new government, and it would be interesting to hear your perspective. So how good have they been at helping to generate good jobs? And what's the perspective now, given that also in the United States, there's a cost of living crisis, there's high inflation, there's not to the same extent as in Germany, but there's also an energy crisis ongoing.
I think going back to some of the comments that Thomas made at the outset, I think it's quite remarkable how much the general narrative about economic policy has changed in the United States under Biden, and this was not a foregone conclusion, because Biden, of course, comes from the very center of the Democratic Party. He is not a Bernie Sanders. Yet when one compares the language around economic policy in the United States under Biden compared to Hillary Clinton, for example, during her campaign run, it's moved remarkably in terms of the role of industrial policy, the role of concentration of power among corporations, the role of taxation, the importance of addressing the climate transition, and of course, yes, the whole good jobs agenda too. So I think in terms of the conversation, there's been a significant transformation. And some of that has also played out in actual laws. So I think, quite surprising to many people, including myself, there was the major industrial policy act, the CHIPS Act, that focuses on advanced manufacturing and research and innovation in semiconductors. And also, of course, the Inflation Reduction Act, which focuses on the climate transition, which is largely based on subsidies. So I think what's remarkable is that perhaps a little bit like during the period of the missile, missile competition with the Soviet Union in the 50s and 60s. That the threat of the geopolitical competition with China has actually brought the two sides, despite a very deep partisan divide between the Republicans and the Democrats in the United States, they have brought the two sides together in terms of the need to invest in the American manufacturing capabilities in supply chains, and also in the overall infrastructure of the economy. Now, so that's the good side, is that despite the very deep political divide, we've seen a certain amount of convergence around the need for industrial policy. And you listen to some Republicans, some leading Republicans like Marco Rubio, for example, in the United States, they make the best case for industrial policy since Alexander Hamilton. And that's sort of quite remarkable in terms of how that conversation has. So there is this new resolve. There is this new understanding that these problems cannot be solved simply by market forces, that the federal government needs to play a role. I think from my perspective, the risk is that it's that, again, the hope that all the good things can be solved through a particular type of industrial policy, that simply by these investments will also not just rebuild the manufacturing supply chains, not only address the green transition, but also create the good jobs where they are needed in the areas of the country that have become distressed. So I think that's the hope that I find a little bit too optimistic. And I think that, again, we need to think of good jobs as something that is deeply tied to the productive agenda of the economy. It's not simply about social policies. It's not simply about enhancing workers' power. It's not simply about having a more decent minimum wage, which the United States obviously needs. But you need to figure out where you need to create the jobs, and you need to figure out how you need to assist the firms and the sectors where those jobs are going to be created to become more productive and employ more people more productively.
Yeah, thank you very much. Jörg, if you still have time, I was told you have to go at 3 o'clock, but if you have time, I would be happy to ask you further questions, just to make sure that the...
I can answer one more. I'm already...
That's great.
Okay.
Yes, because we were talking about services also and creating jobs where they are needed. I want to go back to another crisis that we've almost forgotten. Over the current, so the pandemic, right? And then the jobs that also Biden voted to create in care, in healthcare, but also childcare, education, etc. And of course, that's something we've been grappling with also, a working condition in care, and we're an aging society, as you stressed. We need childcare to make sure that parents can work. So how do you see the role of the state there, of the current government? What do you want to do to improve working conditions there, make sure that they're good jobs for skilled people, so that that healthcare and education and childcare will be assured?
Yes, so very important factor, both directly for those employed in these sectors, and we've launched some programs in the coalition agreement to make the employment in care both more enriching and higher qualified, but of course also better paid, because it's of course important directly and indirectly for all of the benefits. We've very substantially improved preschool childcare. Also, as one of the mitigating factors for our far too low female participation rate in our labor workforce. I mean, that's really one of the constraining forces behind expansion. Is the fact that we are still have a lot of work to do to have a more gender balanced workplace overall. So all of these elements are extremely key. Of course, in the services industry, we've had a massive interruption and disruption through COVID, especially the services provided using social interaction or including social interaction that is now in the process of recovery. But of course, we've seen that there has been a transformational change where quite a few of those involved or who were staying in employment in hotels, in restaurant, etc., have left those sectors and are not coming back. The good news is, looking at our overall employment numbers reaching record high level, they have found employment elsewhere. So this is more of a voluntary redeployment as a consequence of Corona rather than any kind of job destruction. So overall, we've so far managed to cope quite well in terms of overall employment numbers with the crises, but certainly the most hit sectors have been the services industries, and there has been a relocation from services such as hotels and restaurants into care. So one has shrunk, the other has increased. And now those who have shrunk and who need employment need to improve their working conditions and their pay to re-attract labor. So in that sense, it's a positive sign.
So the market will do its work, you think? Well, yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for being with us and having this stimulating debate. I think I will continue with you a little bit, Dani, to talk about your productivism paradigm. And we say goodbye to you, your Kukies, and to good luck with the meetings that you have today, which are, I'm sure, also will contribute to maintaining and to further developing good jobs.
Many thanks. Bye.
Bye. So Dani, perhaps, so I was told you have a new paradigm, and this is a paradigm shift seminar. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about your productivism paradigm, which is, I think, probably linked to what you've already told us and what we've debated, but it would be interesting to hear what it's all about.
Well, I have to confess that I'm very much of two minds on this. I've written one piece arguing that that we should not have a new paradigm, because I think paradigms are by the time any set of ideas become a paradigm, they're so full of shortcuts and rules of thumb and inappropriate recommendations that they become a kind of a constraint on thinking imaginatively and pragmatically about the problems that actually do confront us. And I think, of course, this is what happened to neoliberalism. I mean, at its core, it was about using markets where markets can do their job, but they sort of, turned into a kind of markets as the, fix all kind of remedy, and that governments could never do anything right, and that's obviously wrong. If you go before, we had paradigms that really basically completely underestimated the important role that markets could play. So this pendulum keeps swinging back and forth between excessive confidence in what markets can do and excessive optimism about what governments can achieve. So I'm very much, on the one hand, sort of don't want to think about necessarily creating a new paradigm as much as it is to sort of stimulate new ideas and new approaches and sort of pragmatic thinking. On the other hand, I think if we need to be realistic, I think we need a kind of a motivating vision. I think economic policy always sort of is driven by sort of a broader vision. I don't think it's necessarily up to economists to provide that vision. I think it's to all of society and our political leaders to come up with it. But ultimately, of course, it gets framed into sort of a way of thinking about how we best move forward. And when I came up with the idea of calling this productivism, it was because I felt like in the United States, at least, there seems to be a kind of a convergence between the left of center and some parts of the right of center, some parts of the Republican Party as well, that were sort of converging around a set of ideas that we had gone too far in terms of letting our local communities be subjected to the global forces of competition, have gone too far in terms of financialization. We've given too much power to firms and corporations and not enough power to local actors, that there is significant role to be played by collective action in solving our problems, whether that's NGOs or civil society organizations or governments, but in addition to private market forces or firms, that there was actually a kind of a convergence that was happening that was focused much more on the supply side of the economy, hence the term productivism, focusing on how we can achieve inclusion by making our local economies and our people at the bottom or the middle of the labor force more productive, and not simply by providing better transfers or by providing sort of better rules of the road. So that's what I called productivism. I think maybe it's too hopeful, at least for the United States, to think that there is a kind of a consensus emerging, given the very deep ideological divides that divide Democrats and Republicans. But at least on certain elements of economic policy, this has already happened. And I think a new paradigm gets established, not only because its promoters win, it's also when its purported opponents also take on board those same principles. Of course, that's what happened with neoliberalism. Some of the most significant practitioners of neoliberalism were politicians on the center left, and such as Tony Blair and Bill Clinton in the United States. Some would say Gerhard Schröder in Germany. So in some ways, we can see some of the same elements emerging with what I've called productivism as well. But again, I'm very wary of any kind of a paradigm that's going to imprison our thoughts.
Okay. So thank you. We don't need a paradigm. We need adaptive pragmatism, perhaps, right, in some ways, but also a vision. Thank you very much for the stimulating debate and for your ideas. And I think we're going to the next session now.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Dani. If you can still hear us, there was applause in the room, just to transmit that to you in the US. And we will stay in the US, talking a little bit more about the details of what has happened in the last couple of years. And we have someone who's very brilliant on that and who has worked on this in the last month, detecting a real shift towards good jobs and quite sort of a revolution, which is Mike Konczal from the Roosevelt Institute in New York. And I would like, we don't see you on the screen, or we did see you a minute ago. Now we see you again, yes. Brilliant, very happy to have you. And maybe you have followed a little bit the discussion we had. We have already touched Dani and Jörg on the successes or not in the US. Dani has mentioned that some of the successes were maybe more incidental and not the result of voluntary policies when we talk about better jobs. So very happy to dig deeper into that and have a look at what happened in the last couple of years. And I'm very happy that Shaheen has accepted to take over the moderation of this session. Shaheen is sitting in Paris at the moment, if I correct.
That's correct.
He's working for the GGAP in Berlin and knows a lot about good jobs and bad jobs and economics and all. So happy to hand over to you, Shaheen, and have a talk with Mike. Please go on.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and thanks for the initiative of this meeting. My role here is really to be a facilitator and to introduce Mike and to introduce Mike's work, and in particular the Roosevelt Institute, which I think has been at the forefront of thinking and making policy proposals for progressive economics, and I think the work of the Roosevelt Institute and yours in particular have been very influential for us in Europe. So thanks for that. Mike is a macroeconomist. He's the director of the macroeconomic analysis team at Roosevelt, and he's worked a lot on labor market. And I think for us Europeans, what's happening in the US now is a fantastic experience, but we'd love to hear more and to have more details of your assessment of what has been going on. Some of us on this side of the Atlantic have been arguing for a long time that pushing the economy towards the red hot territory could be enormously beneficial to the labor market and provoke structural changes to the labor market, and in particular, bringing towards labor market people that had been left behind, far away from it. And so we'd love to hear. I mean, I think Europe is far from being in this red hot economy zone. We're I think quite away from full employment, regardless of how you want to measure it in Europe, and given our current economic circumstances, we're probably not going there next year either. But we'd love to hear about the US experiment. And in particular, something that's been very striking for us is this enormous rotation in the labor market, which has been called the Great Resignation. And whether you view this as a positive force, as something that can help reallocation of resources and help the emergence of good jobs, and whether you think, which is not yet visible in the data from what we perceive, whether you think this could lead to a surge in the employment rate, which we haven't seen very meaningfully, but maybe there is something beyond the surface that we're not seeing. So I'd love to have your views on all these issues, and if you allow, I'll venture to some Q&A as you go along.
That sounds great. Do I have the ability to share slides from my screen? I'm sorry if I'm missing the ability to do this. Do we know?
You should be able to share them. Otherwise, I see them on the screen. So maybe somebody from the forum can move the slides.
So I can just start talking through my slides. It'd be better if I could present them. So is it use? Sorry, if I'm not a power Zoom user. If I've
Mike, you should.
I'm sorry. Yes, there it is. There it is.
Should be able. I don't exactly know why.
I apologize for that.
Yes, here we go.
Perfect.
There you go. There you go. There you go. All right, why the strong recovery matters. Hopefully you're seeing slides, the United States recovery.
Yeah.
Kind of the long talking thing I go through. I'm gonna go through it a little bit fast though. So this is, to me, the biggest one. Compared to the Great Recession, this is real GDP. As you can see from the Great Recession, we went into a parallel trend that we never recovered from. These are just numbers on a screen, but of course, this reflects trillions of dollars in lost opportunities, people's lives, people's welfare. And here, we're not doing that. There's a good question about what's going to ultimately happen on this secondary trend starting in 2020. But the fact that we had been able to return to trend, there's some debate about where it's going to go next, of course, but that we are not in this jobless recovery, GDP-less recovery is very important, I think. And that is the result of the American Rescue Plan, which was passed in March 2021. CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, the kind of think tank for Congress in the United States, estimated what the recovery would look like without any kind of additional stimulus. This is in February 2021. As you can see, the unemployment rate goes down to about 4.9% and basically stays there for a long time. The employment level basically levels out in early 2022. Labor force participation rate levels out. Unemployment rate is still well above 4% 5-6 years from now. Instead, this is what the actual values look like. You can see we've overshot it quite a bit. We've done way better. And the CBO has historically been quite optimistic about recoveries. It thought that the recovery from the Great Recession would be much stronger than it was. We've been able to beat even their, positive expectations. There's between 2 and 3, upwards of 3 million more jobs. Unemployment is a solid over a point lower. Labor force participation rate is higher. So that's pretty remarkable for that recovery. What does that actually mean for the labor market? Let's talk about that in context. First is, we in the Great Recession had some problems with unemployment rate where unemployment would be coming down because people just essentially became discouraged and stopped looking for work. This is prime age employment to population ratio. To me, this is like the bread and butter measure of what's going on in the labor market. And here, as you can see, is it took 133 months to recover during the Great Recession. Now it's almost at that level, and it's going to, the monthly number is a little noisy, but we're basically back in that territory after 31 months. Considering how deep the dive was, you can see it there. That's just a remarkable recovery compared to basically, 10 years plus for the Great Recession. Notably, and this was brought up earlier, this is the ratio of the employment to population ratio. A year ago, so 1 is the pre-pandemic level, and this is a year ago and now. And it's been a pretty broad recovery in terms of employment to population. Again, this is something that I trust because I know it's not muddled by these concepts of search and who's actually taking the initiative and how they're measured, who's actually employed. And we see, it's been a pretty strong recovery. Prime age is almost back, basically. Men and women are recovering, across races in the United States. Traditionally, Black people have had twice the level of unemployment. And here, though it's stalled a bit in recent months, it was a very strong recovery earlier for Black men in particular. And, younger people, and particularly 16 and 19-year-olds is quite noteworthy. So job growth remains quite strong. This is what job growth looks like, in the last year compared to the last several decades. And it's quite high as a percentage of total jobs, which I think is the best way to kind of measure this across decades. You look at other recoveries, you can see the line for the most recent month, it's still well above most. And notably going back to the 50s, in periods of particularly low unemployment. So this is unemployment that's below 4% or below 3.7%. The absence in the space can often tell a story. And the fact that we only have a few values of this since 1980 is quite noteworthy. Job growth still remains quite high, even compared to these periods where job growth was much higher, or job growth was more volatile in periods of low unemployment, say in the 1950s and 60s. One of the things I watch a lot is that there's a real concern in the US media about so-called labor market dynamism, whether or not people were quitting their jobs or switching jobs or starting businesses. These are 2 articles from 2013, 2016, basically saying, we're really concerned, economists are concerned, policymakers are concerned, and I believe rightly at the time, that people are not turning over in their jobs, they're not advancing their career ladders, they're not moving or quitting their jobs, and quit's important here, to go find new jobs or take new jobs. And there's a real debate whether or not this was because of weak demand or some sort of supply side measure. But it turned out it was basically on the demand side. With sufficient demand, we can in fact get these rates up. Quit rates are up quite high. And we know crucially that they're back to levels that were healthier in the 1990s. We know that these measures have been depleted in the 2000s, in the 21st century, and now they're back. And this has had, is the kind of title of these panels point to. This has really empowered workers. The workers at the bottom of the income, because of expanded unemployment checks, because of pandemic payments that gave people a buffer and a cushion, they were able to take advantage of opportunities. They were able to move and switch jobs. Notably, these numbers are a little dated now, but we know that there's income compression. Real wages are not increasing because of inflation, which we're going to talk about in a minute. But wages are increasing faster at the bottom, and there's probably real in the bottom 20 or 30%. And they're growing much faster than those at the top, which is something you don't see very often. There's a real sense in which a lot of low-wage workers who are particularly squeezed by weak employer-centric U.S. labor law, by the weak recovery and mass unemployment of the 2010s, by technology undermining the capacity of workers to organize themselves. There's a real sense that workers are finally getting an even stake at the table and are able to employ a lot and are increasingly unionizing a lot of workforces that have been traditionally very difficult to unionize. Now, however, not everyone agrees with my assessment of the U.S. labor market. Notably, this is Fed Chair Jay Powell a month ago saying that crucially, the labor market is too strong. The demand for workers substantially exceeds the supply of available workers, and notably that job openings are too high. That's his measure and metric, in part, I think, so he doesn't have to say wage growth is too high, and basically undermining the idea that the labor market dynamism is a good thing, instead some sort of bad thing. Let's talk about inflation a little bit. Inflation in the United States, this is core inflation excluding energy and food prices, and it is higher, broader, and more consistent than people expected in 2021. That's not just lefty economists like me, people on Wall Street, people whose job it is to make money, also kind of missed this one. The Fed itself missed it, but it is in fact higher. I think the experiences you can see from last summer in 2021 was quite high, driven by goods, notably automobiles. And then it came down in that fall. And I think that gave people a sense that this was largely a cyclical story about, or largely a temporary story about goods, the so-called transitory inflation. But instead, it's been pretty consistent at a higher rate, moving more towards services since the fall of last year. I can do this spiel about, people had this big argument in the United States about whether or not inflation was transitory last year. This is kind of going through some of the measures of it. It looked actually pretty good in August, and then this year it looks worse. But what do we make from that? And we can talk more about that later if there's questions for it. It doesn't mean other stories of inflation are correct. Doesn't mean that the Fed needs to overreact now necessarily, or that it even underreacted then. And crucially, that doesn't mean that there's evidence that wages here are particularly the driver of inflation. So what do we know about wages and inflation in the United States? What do we know? And I'm only doing this detour because I'm going to talk up this really great economy. And a lot of people are saying, yeah, it's great, but it's causing inflation, therefore it's bad. And I think that connection, which is being assumed in the way some of the transitory stuff was assumed last year, I think it doesn't have the foundation it needs under it. Notably, when we're looking at the national accounts, unit price increases for corporations are showing up in corporate profits. That doesn't necessarily mean any specific thing, but if we're looking at what's the real outlier, corporate profits and markups are particularly high in the past year, and they have not come down in a sustained way I think people had anticipated. I've done some micro data work on U.S. corporate public balance sheets and found that the firms that marked up the most were particularly in the high end of the markup distribution. They were firms that particularly had strong markups beforehand, which makes me think market power does have part of this story. Inflation is high enough that you can have a lot of different stories in play, but I do think people kind of dismiss this story, though I do think it is a very important, relevant thing. And whether or not the prices of certain goods in particular come down have real consequences for the trajectory of inflation in the next 2 years. Second, a lot of research in the United States context finds that wages don't particularly explain inflation in goods very well over the last several decades, but it does have more of a corresponding relationship with services. And this is, of course, what everyone's very freaked out about in the United States. John Williams, the New York Fed president, gave a speech the other day talking about this kind of onion metaphor where he thought services at the core of it were the worrisome thing. And here you can see this is kind of a messy graphic, but inflation, the red line, is basically zero on average for goods in the 2010s and earlier, while wage growth continues along. And services has a little bit more of a relationship with each other. They both go down in the recession, come up slowly together. That's not really the story we've seen here. Inflation in goods seems very much driven by supply chains and other things related to market infrastructure. You see the big jump last year and still increased, while wages doesn't have that story. And while wages for services have increased a lot last year, they've slowed down a bit, and the services is now kind of coming up with the spending and demand. So it's not clear that I would see this one-to-one relationship. This is a graphic that's a little complicated. I don't know if it's worth going into, but basically where wages increased with demand, implying a shift on the demand curve. Here you can see the small dots, 2019, the big dots this past year. And, if you think of your supply and demand curves, you have wages or price on the y-axis and growth, or the quantity on the x-axis. Places where there was more growth in employment demand had higher wages. But we've seen that reverse in the past 6 months versus last month, or at least the story is not as obvious that it's continuing or becoming entrenched. It seems to be slowing down as the economy slows down. This is very relevant for the question about the substandard labor market of the 2010s. Sub-industries that had that basically increased their wages relative to the Great Recession, to 2021, when the nominal wage growth was much higher, have slowed down more, which makes me think that this is a story about a new labor floor being created that isn't the kind of inflation we associate with, built-in expectations or broad-based employees fighting over their nominal versus real wages. This is about the fact that the United States has not had a real minimum wage in decades. It has not had the kind of standards at the low end of the labor market, and the American Rescue Plan helped put those into place. If true, we would continue to see this deceleration. Chair Powell and many other economists in the United States are very worried about the idea that job openings are very high relative to unemployment, so-called Beveridge curve. But one thing I'd note about that is that this is not a structural relationship. It's very influenced by policy. And notably, the way that this is measured ignores this role of job-to-job transitions that we think are so important for people's careers, that people would quit and be hired without necessarily creating or taking a job opening, because someone moves from one job to another, they take a job opening, but then they open up another one for their old job. I think a lot of the metrics and models here are very under-theorized and underpowered for what we have. And we are already starting to see a slowdown in quits and hires in a way that I worry that the Fed is going to ignore, because they're so worried about what happened last year that they're going to overread bad evidence and bad theory this year and ignore the real benefits of this labor market. So that's that. And I'm happy to take a bunch of questions.
Thank you. This is great. So if you allow, I'll jump right in with a couple of questions. In particular, I think your policy point about the Fed is extremely important and timely. But I think begs a broader question about how comfortable and how far should we push an environment of very low unemployment rate. And here, to me, I think there are two things you would need to say to convince the Fed that it's making a policy mistake. One is that the employment rate is going to rise meaningfully, and that therefore the potential of the US economy is going to grow as a result of that. And so, and I'd love to hear you on that. So do you, I mean, you've showed us where we've come from in terms of employment, but do you believe there is a lot of potential to, say, gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points in employment rates and labor participation with a prolonged level of low unemployment rates? Because I think that's a fundamental point to make in order to reassure the Fed about the risks of overheating. And then a second question, if you allow, which is of a similar nature. I think one argument that could be made, which I think would be very powerful, is to say this great rotation that is actually taking place at the moment in the US labor market is in itself, even without a rise in the employment rate, a growth, a fundamental enhancer of US potential growth, basically by better matching employees to employers, which you allow with this greater rotation. You basically turn somebody from an unhappy worker in an underpaid job into a happier worker and a better paid job, and that presumably, even with the same level of labor in the economy, should provide a better total factor productivity and should therefore reassure the Fed that you're not creating the conditions for a major overheating. So I'd love to hear you on these two things if you can, and then maybe we can open up to other questions.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd answer actually that those are both complicated questions, and I think I'm learning a lot from this recovery. I think everyone's learning a lot, so I don't want to predispose too much. One is on the employment side. I would wonder whether or not, especially at this point, I believe employment to population ratio will continue to rise unless the Fed forcibly slows it down. I mean, as I showed earlier, the job growth numbers are just very shocking. I mean, they're very high, and it continues to grow month after month at a level far beyond what you would normally see at unemployment this low. And so, because I trust those numbers better than some of the other numbers, including the numbers that give us the unemployment rate, that adds up. 1 million jobs every 3 months or so really does impact people's lives. And crucially, all things equal, people are doing productive work. They're contributing in the economy. We think that's good, and we want that to continue. Whether or not it would necessarily bring down inflation is a complicated question, because obviously those workers would take jobs that aren't being done, but they would also generate income that they would then spend. And that's one of the topsy-turvy world of macroeconomics, when you're kind of trying to slice out any one piece of it, is you kind of have to look at the whole. So, if EPOP went up another point or two, I think that'd be fantastic from a societal and growth point of view, but I don't know if it would necessarily by itself fight inflation, which is why I'm also very interested in whether or not we actually have a clear causal case that wages are causing inflation, which people assume. And perhaps one can make an assumption over a decade or over a long period of time that that's relevant. But in this very topsy-turvy world of the past 18 months of reopening in the United States, I would not take that for granted, and the way a lot of economists, including the Fed, is. So I do think that there's a role for that. Now, second is, what's happening to a lot of the fundamental things at a period of strong labor markets and high growth, or what has been high growth and GDP near potential. A year and a half ago, I would have said, I wrote in various places that we would expect, firms to invest a lot more and make their workforces more productive because labor is scarce, and that would be growth enhancing. What the productivity measures are measuring in the United States right now over this past year is a very good question. And I don't think we'll have a good answer on it for a while, but we've not seen that growth in business investment, growth productivity that I would have necessarily guessed in, say, 5 years ago. Now, it could be happening, and this is something that takes time in its own way, right? So, in so much as a lot of people being pulled into the workforce are people who have not worked in many years or don't necessarily have the skills that would have them employable in weaker labor markets. We hear anecdotal evidence about how, it takes time to train new employees, and that's going to show up in weaker productivity growth. There's some sense that workers are so hard to get that a lot of employers are labor hoarding, and which would juke the productivity stats lower if they're hiring more workers in anticipation of a recession or in anticipation that they're going to continue to grow but don't necessarily have the work in place. So on the productivity side, I'm still very net positive and very net hopeful, because at the end of the day, businesses do want to optimize. They do want to become profitable. They do want to make their workers more productive. And if workers are harder to get, there's reasons to invest in them more, though the evidence so far this year has been less positive than I would have liked to see.
Thank you. Yeah. And if you allow just a follow-up question on this. Yeah. So, there's been a lot of talk about this great resignation. Some of that is just reallocation of resources, but some of it is also people permanently leaving the workforce, which is a bit troubling in an environment of strong growth and low unemployment rate. So is there also something we're not really capturing? So, the bright side of it, which I think a lot of people insist on, is basically people leaving the labor force to start their own business. But there's also probably a darker side of it, people leaving the labor force permanently for other and potentially bad reasons.
Yeah, so I think this is, in the United States context, just speaking as someone who spent a lot of time on this evidence, I think this is largely a media creation. I don't think this is actually happening in the data to the extent that it's been hyped. We do have an issue with, as every country does, with long COVID, or people who have had COVID and find it much and are essentially in some level disabled and unable to work at the level they were before. And that's a real thing. That's resulting from COVID. That's not a result from public policy. It is because disability policy is public policy, but it's not as a result of the American Rescue Plan or stimulus checks or unemployment checks or other things like that in the United States. The way we record, the phrase quits, I think triggers journalists. What it actually is just a voluntary separation as recorded by an employer. And so when you have a lot of people who are switching jobs to get better jobs, say they're leaving a bad fast food job to get a job in healthcare or in a warehouse that's paying more money because there's so much demand for goods, which we absolutely know is happening. The way the official United States statistics recorded is they quit, like that person quit their job. And you think, oh, they're watching TV or playing video games or something. But no, they got a better job that pays more and is more productive, which is what we want in a hot labor market. Yeah. I sometimes feel if they called it voluntary separations instead of quits, we would have saved a big headache. Also, notably, those numbers come from surveys of employers who are agnostic. They can't see what happens to the employee, where our ways of measuring employees transferring jobs is only comes out on a much slower basis. It comes out years later, and the real-time ones are much more noisy. So what I'd say at a baseline is that we have a position where workers are able to demand more from their employers and find better jobs that are more productive for them and for the economy if the employers can't meet them. And I feel like that's often been described as a resignation wave or quiet quitting or all these other things, when really it's just what we want. We actually do not, there's good evidence that the way employees actually build their skills and get higher wages and build their career arcs is through job switching. And that was really muted for several decades. And I think it's really important to defend. There's some other questions about people retiring early. And that certainly, in their late 50s, perhaps because they have this wealth effect from, the money they were given, perhaps because of fears of COVID. We do know that that's reversing, and that the employment population ratios for a lot of those groups are returning to pre-pandemic trends. It matters a bit if it return exactly there, but that's not what I think people are trying to describe, which I think is fundamentally at odds with the story that's really about what we want as a dynamic in labor market.
And maybe just to conclude my questions and then open the floor to others, you've warned against the Fed making a policy mistake by over tightening. Do you think we're already in that territory? I mean, I don't know if you want to pass judgment on that, but how far are we from a policy mistake? Are we already in the realm of committing one, or you think this is some way away?
I mean, I think underlying inflation was too high to keep rates at zero or at arbitrarily low levels. So I think it was right for the Fed to lift off when they did in March. One could argue whether or not they should have done it earlier, and it's a good question that everyone with hindsight can make the call on. I think, a 50, 25 basis point to close the year would be totally in line with things. I think at the end of this year, it suddenly becomes a huge question of what should be done. So I'm less worried about the policy mistake right now. Now, granted, with everything that's happening internationally, I'm much more concerned about the global consequences and the global lack of coordination, which I knew of, and it was on my radar. It's something I thought a lot about. But after everything that's happened in the UK in the past few weeks, I'm suddenly much more paying more attention to, of course, as everyone is. But I think at the end of the year, the Fed will have tightened quite a bit. We've seen slowdowns in the things that are most sensitive. Financial conditions, mortgages, housing, goods. The Fed's tools are designed for a 1950s economy where we make a lot of goods, where now we make a lot of services, which are not as interest sensitive as they were in the era of manufacturing, and housing is the center driver of the economy. So I think at that point, the Fed should acknowledge that it's done a lot of tightening. It should be open to waiting much more cautiously after it's gotten its initial heightening cycle out of its system and gotten us to a more appropriate rate basis. At that point, I think it needs to look at measure. What I worry is that you're going to see deterioration in labor market conditions that don't show up in necessarily the thing the Fed wants to see, which are, say, job openings or nominal wages, much more in line with 2019. But a lot of other things that indicate a slowing. And if the Fed misses that, I think it's going to really cause a major problem. I think at that point also we're going to need to talk about a higher inflation target. The 2% number was pretty arbitrary, and I think there's a good economic case. A case I made in the Great Recession. So this is not me reverse engineering something for a moment, that you're going to get these inevitable permanent quasi depressions like the Great Recession, or overshooting inflationary periods like we're seeing right now, without a little bit more lenience and a little bit more bandwidth on the inflation target. So a PCE inflation target of 2 to 3.5%, I think would give the Fed an off ramp. I think it would also give us better macroeconomic stability. Countries like Canada and Australia have significantly better macroeconomic conditions and stability histories than we do. And they use things more like this rather than a specific number target. Crucially, the so-called flexible average target, I think nobody's particularly happy with. And it kind of failed for reasons, I think, in retrospect, maybe it should have been more obvious to people. And having a more flexible band might be able to address some of those issues. So that's what I'm looking for at the end of this year.
Wow, this is a very ambitious objective for the end of the year. Flexible inflation targeting by the end of the year.
Big
No,
Q4. We can all pull it together, people.
Well, okay. Well, thank you for your presentation and your answers. With that, I will open the floor. I understand there is a microphone in the room, which I cannot see because I'm not in the room, but I've been told there is one. So if there is a question from the floor in the room, I think we can take it now. And maybe after that, we'll take those that are online. So those who have questions online, you can feel free to put them in the chat. And those who have questions in the room, get a hold of a microphone.
I take over, Thomas. I just wanted to ask Mike if you could just add some words on what have been the reasons for the development of good jobs in the last couple of years. We had this discussion in the first session with Dani saying that maybe a lot of it is incidental. So it would be interesting to see what are the main instruments who have pushed for that or really driven this development.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd say two things. So one is you want to look at things pre-pandemic, and there, I think you saw a real disillusionment with we can talk about theoretically or practically, but the kind of human capital development view of wages. That the idea there's very prominent in previous decades that wages are largely set by education, skills, and largely set by economy-wide demand for skill sets. It didn't seem to line up with the evidence, both the large inequality we've seen in the United States, the stagnation of wages, even as education attainment, has continued to grow apace, and crucially, the nature of firm level wages. That rather than just firms bidding on wages, it seems like wages are largely set by firms' positions in this kind of monopolistic competition sense. And so there's a lot of disillusionment, especially in the wake of the Great Recession and the slow recovery. With that, there's a real push for wage setting in the United States, particularly a minimum wage campaign that had an intellectual and unionized base behind it, that pushed for a $15 minimum wage in the mid-2010s, and got in many places, including state levels of the United States, where you can kind of experiment with policy, and those results were all very positive. And so there was that kind of setup for it. And then since the Great Recession in particular, or since the pandemic, I'd say the structure of unemployment insurance, I didn't get into it in this, but in the United States, we did not put employees broadly on temporary furloughs through their employers. We did not pay employers to put their workers on furloughs during the lockdowns. We instead broadly used unemployment insurance. And the way our unemployment insurance system is pretty rickety in the United States, it has this huge federal component that doesn't work very well. And the best way to kind of make it work in a hurry was to pay as a lump sum, which ended up with a lot of low-wage workers receiving over 100% of their income in unemployment insurance, which is pretty noteworthy in part because it then suddenly gave workers a lot of bargaining power. And so between the growth of goods and warehousing and better jobs as a result, I think in part of the shift from services to goods during the recovery, we saw a lot of good jobs being created, wage floors being put in de facto through workers' bargaining powers and through the growth of industry. And so none of it was particularly planned, but it does show the consequences, the positive consequences of putting workers first in a recovery and in trying to ensure full employment, because it had knockoff effects that have really disproportionately benefited workers.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the room? Thomas, since you can see the room and I cannot.
I don't see anyone, but I would have another, perhaps last question from me, because we're going to talk a lot about collective bargaining in the next couple of hours tomorrow, which is something which we are used to have, or were used to have in Germany much more than now. Joe Biden is talking about that, you're talking about that. Is there any chance to have something at least similar to what we have developed in the past in Germany on collective bargaining in the US, given the, whatever, American mentality?
So the short answer, it's very difficult to reform labor law right now. Our Senate is very sclerotic and difficult to operate things through. It's much easier to do things that involve spending because of arcane Senate rules and because of the way the Senate has evolved in the last several decades. And until our filibuster is broken, it's actually going to be very hard to get fundamental change of a lot of the key law issues that help, provide economic security for people. There's a push to try to take our labor law, which is, invented in the 1930s for a different world, in itself was a set of compromises at the time, and kind of update it for this period. That's the positive vision. That's very hard to do. There's also a rearguard action against further devolution of labor law standards, which is to say, there's a lot of companies like Uber and other kinds of just-in-time contract, so-called fissured workplaces that want to weaken even state level laws and to allow workers to be contracted, even though they're really functionally employees of their employers, and thus disregard all kinds of legal obligations employers might have. Now, there's been a lot of really positive administrative action by the Biden administration that has started and is continuing. Notably, their Department of Labor takes this very seriously. Their appointments to the labor board that oversees union elections have all been very aggressive from a labor point of view. President Biden has used his bully pulpit to help advocate for union elections. The team that unionized an Amazon warehouse outside of New York, which is a very, very hard thing to do in the United States, was greeted at the White House by President Biden, which is, for a U.S. president, which is often more on the side of capital than labor, is pretty noteworthy. So I think there's actions, but we have to be real that the structural limitations of passing law in the United States are very difficult at this moment.
Well, thank you very much. I'm checking last time if we have online questions, but I don't see any. So I think it's time for us to thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks for the great work done at the Roosevelt Institute, and very much looking forward to further discussions, further transatlantic discussions of that nature in the future.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shaheen. Thank you, Mike, for this very interesting discussion and introduction to the US situation. We now have about 1/2 an hour break for the people in the room with cake and coffee outside. And we will return at 4:30 to our German case, and Jutta Allmendinger discussing good jobs and the good jobs policies in Germany. And to reassure those who are in the room, the rest of the afternoon will be mainly with real persons inside that what we wanted to have in the first two, but well, so enjoy. Thank you. Thank you, Shaheen.
Thank you. See you soon.
So, wir starten. We're going to continue our afternoon sessions. Saying that our main guest for the next session is still on the way. She seems to be about 1 kilometer from here. So depending on traffic, it will take 1, 2, 3 or 4 minutes, maybe 10. But we have time. We have a little time afterwards to discuss, and so I would propose to start and introduce the panel. We have heard a lot about the US situation this early afternoon with Dani, Rodrik, and Mike Konczal talking about the return of good jobs in the last couple of years, and the question if this trend will stay. And we have discussed some issues like what are the reasons for this trend? Is this more incidental, or what can we learn from policies, economic policies, to make these better jobs happen? We will now switch from the US to Germany, but fortunately we'll have a bridge, let's say, with one of the panelists who's been living in the US for a long time and has done a lot of work in the US, Simon Jäger. And we will try to make the bridge also intellectually to see what can we learn as the situation in Germany is so different, because as some pointed out earlier, in Europe we have a different tradition. We have more, like Dani says, for him, Europe and Germany is more like a model in industrial policy terms, and directing jobs into good jobs. So is that true? What can we learn, and what is the situation in Germany, and what can be done to keep the trend on good jobs? We have worked a lot on this issue, and just to recall what Dani said at the beginning, that apparently not only for the US but also for Germany and other European countries, there is a case to make that the growth of bad jobs has very much contributed to populism, to difficulties of Western democracies, including in Germany. And there are a lot of studies showing that in those regions where disruptions happened, where people are in whatever way left behind, there's a tendency to have more populist votes, more extreme right votes, and so on. So this is just to put this into the general context of what we are thinking about in terms of new paradigms. And this is to introduce our panelists. Miriam Rehm, she's professor of social economics with a focus on empirical inequality research at the Institute for Social Economics in Duisburg-Essen at the university. And happy that you are here. You are actually not in Duisburg nor in Essen, but in Vienna, where you come from. On the panel in the room, we have Sebastian Dolin, who's scientific director of the Macroeconomic Policy Institute, EMK, in Düsseldorf, and professor of economics in Berlin at the HTW. Simon Jäger, as already mentioned, has been professor of economics at the MIT, and has now just started as the chief executive officer of the IZA, Institut für die Zukunft der Arbeit, so Institute for Future of Work, of Labor, yes. So in the midst of what we are talking about, and one of the most renowned experts when it comes to labor markets. So very happy to have you here, and maybe waiting for Jutta to come, you could start and give us a little view on what you think is the trend when it comes to good jobs in Germany. Is there something like an improvement in recent years, and what are the reasons behind? So maybe Sebastian, you can start.
Okay. Well, thanks for the invitation first. And I have to make this disclaimer. The IMK belongs to the Hans Böckler Foundation, which is close to the trade unions. So my views might be a bit biased here. By the way, the graduate, what is that, graduate, it's not a graduate school, but this graduate group, Jutta Allmendinger is going to talk about on good work, has also been supported by the Hans Böckler Foundation. Well, good labor or good work in Germany, I think we have seen some improvement there, and we have seen also a bit of a paradigm shift on how labor is viewed over the past 2 decades, I would say. In the early 2000s, there was a debate that labor costs are too high in Germany and that is the main problem. And the focus was very much on creating incentives by those who are unemployed, or for those who are unemployed, and creating incentives not by making work better, but to make it more uncomfortable being out of work. And that has been the approach which was chosen in the early 2000s. The Hartz reform had in principle the element of well, first putting pressure on people, but second to empower them to work. But the second pillar was pretty weak compared to the first pillar. So there was more pressure and not so much empowering them to work. And this basic approach has changed a lot, also in the public debate. I mean, the question, I have for a long time not seen a talk show on TV where someone said, well, labor costs in Germany are 20% too high, but we have discussed other things. We have discussed that we have, lack of skilled workforce, sometimes even a lack of workforce, obviously, after COVID, or at least some people are claiming that. And also the debate on, for example, the minimum wage has changed. In the early 2000s, it was said that the minimum wage is something which would, or legal minimum wage, which would create more unemployment. And now the more recent research, among others by Tom Krebs, has shown that this is not necessarily true, but that higher minimum wage might actually increase labor force participation, labor supply and employment, also productivity. And these are, of course, elements towards good work. Yeah, I mean, pay, decent pay or a bit better pay is one of the elements of the definition of good work. And I mean, I think the term, the good work index is from the trade union, so they have that as one of the elements. But also in other areas, I think the people are realizing that good work is necessary. I'll talk a bit more about that later, but if you look at the care sector, the health sector, we have the problem now that people have been leaving that sector because work has not been good enough there, and at least there's a discussion. There needs more to be done, and I think there have only been done small steps so far, but I think the thinking has changed, and that is already a start.
Thank you, Sebastian. Simon Jäger, to introduce or to find another way into this topic. As a labor market economist, I mean, usually the traditional ways, is there anything like good or bad jobs in the models? Or is there any connection? What I perceive is that, you know, about good jobs, bad jobs, if ever you talk about this, is more for people who are concentrated on inequality research and so on, but not so much on labor markets. So what is your view on that? Is there something that labor market economists should care about or introduce into their models?
Yes, absolutely. First of all, thank you so much for being here. I'm delighted to be here on this panel and very excited for the conversation. Pertaining to your question about good jobs and whether there's a role for it in labor economics, absolutely. I don't know how deep we want to go into it, but I think it's at the very core of many debates in labor economics. And a crucial insight is that good jobs don't come for free. They require investments upfront from employers, but they also have dividends. They pay off. They pay off not just for the employer, but beyond the employer, for example, in terms of benefits for the employee, him or herself, who is employed in a good job, and in society at large. And so I think we have some very clear insights that there is an externality problem of the creation of good jobs. For example, for those of you who are interested, a fascinating model by Daron Acemoglu in 2002, Good Jobs and Bad Jobs, where, you know, good jobs require capital investment from firms, but the market underprovides good jobs because the externalities from these good jobs are not reaped by the employer, him or herself. So that's why we need to think about policies that can correct this type of market failure without leading to other, government failures down the road. So I think to briefly answer your question, absolutely there is room for it. And I think it's one of the crucial questions of like how we can create the right framework, the right incentives for employers to create good jobs.
But maybe I'm completely wrong and we did not the right job, but we found that it was not so easy to find labor market economists who reflect on good jobs, bad jobs. And it was more, if you find more people as sociologists and others who are caring about this topic than, let's say, traditional, conventional labor market economists. Or is that wrong? Did we just not look to the right ones?
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking to. So maybe you're talking to the wrong people, but I do think there's fascinating work. And I think many labor economists deeply care about that question. There's fascinating insight, very recent research about to be published, I think, in one of the leading journals, the American Economic Review, that also documents the social consequences of work. So I think there is a growing, insight that work is so much more than just a transaction. And I think that's evidence that labor economists, and again, I don't know whom you've been talking to, have recognized for a long time, starting about 30 years ago with seminal work by Jacobson and co-authors that documented large consequences of job loss among Pennsylvania steel workers. And there's one of the most active literatures in labor economics concerns, what are the consequences of losing a good job on the employee, him or herself, but also, what are the externalities of that? So I think it's a question we very much care about. And there's some fascinating recent experimental evidence as well that shows the non-pecuniary, so the non-monetarily rewarded aspects of work, of employed identity. So people, very fascinating randomized control trial, 3 arms, control arm, a cash arm, and a work and cash arm, where people get just as much money in the work arm as in the cash arm. And it turns out that in the the treatment where people are employed, this is a very specific setting, a refugee camp among Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh. There are enormous socio-emotional payoffs to being employed. And I think we have a lot of evidence from surveys, from health studies that document the large consequences of losing a good job. So yes, I would disagree with that diagnosis.
No, it was just a little bit provoking because maybe that's what we for a long time perceived as being the mainstream. And Sebastian had probably one professor in mind when he said that for a long time ago, there were professors saying that we need like 20% reduction of wages as the core idea of labor market policies. But we will certainly come back to these questions. Miriam, maybe your view, you're concentrating more on this inequality research. Is there something turning? Is there something getting better, whatever, since the introduction of the minimum wage in Germany? Is there some return of good jobs to your perception?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. And I need to apologize beforehand. I was only informed that I will actually take part in this panel yesterday evening, so I had emergency childcare arrangements and will not be able to be there for the full session, I'm afraid. In my view, I do think that the debate is changing, especially with regards to minimum wages. Germany is really catching up to the US standards, international standards of economic research there. I think the understanding that policies are able to improve labor standards and to foster good jobs is really an understanding that we are gaining here. My research on the introduction of the German minimum wage, among like a small contribution among many other very important ones, we have shown that the introduction of the minimum wage in Germany has actually managed to improve productivity. So it's not just externalities that are improving, but it's really also the benefits that are being reaped by the employers themselves. From the introduction of the minimum wage, we are seeing that the quality of jobs has increased. But also the motivation of workers has increased as a result of the introduction of the minimum wage in Germany. We are seeing, and we are able to provide some causal evidence with all due caution, of course, for the channels, how this is happening. So we see that management is becoming more efficient, that managers are focusing more on fostering really the dedication and the attachment of workers, that in some sense what the international industrial relations literature has known as this high road of jobs is something that this is one policy that can help us move in that direction. And really, as the previous discussions have already shown, this is something that Germany has been relatively good at in the past.
Okay. Thanks, and that's perfectly timed, because after this warm-up round, our main speaker has entered the room. No problem. We have just warmed up and discussed a little bit about the case of good jobs, bad jobs, and also about how this is perceived in economics and among labor market economists. So now we have a non-economist, one famous sociologist, and I will introduce Jutta Allmendinger, head of the WZB in Berlin and very known for research in sociology, and directing a Promotionskolleg, don't even know how exactly that is true. Graduate school program that is about good jobs in a transition or in a transition world, and you are covering the whole range of topics that may touch this. And we're very happy to have you. I mean, you can sit or stay or stand, whatever you want, and give us an insight on your research on how to reintroduce good jobs, more good jobs in Germany.
Okay, then. I think we'll stand up. And first, my apologies. I was involved in a major traffic incident, and I really wanted to take the bike, but the bike was taken by someone else, so I had to take the car. And this is how things happen. So we are not only talking about good jobs, we are also talking about bad traffic. Thanks for your patience, and thanks for having me here. And well, I was asked the question, how to recreate good jobs, the German case. And I would like to present 9 different topics divided in 3 chapters. And allow me to make 2 preliminary introductory remarks. This is chapter 1. When we talk about the recreation of new jobs, I do not think that we can do it along national borders. We have to think about the recreation of good jobs in terms of Europe or even globally. This is nonsense to think about Germany and the recreation of German jobs. And you can see this in particular when you now watched what happened during the pandemic or what's happening now in the energy crisis and things like this. Those are problems which sort of hit at the quality of jobs, which are not German problems. Those are European problems. Those are international problems. The second is, those are international problems. The second is when we talk about the recreation of good jobs in Germany, this sort of implies that in Germany we once had a good old time with only good jobs, which of course is not true at all. We had always people unemployed, we had always people working in extremely unhealthy jobs, more than today actually. We had people working with very, very long working hours. So we have to get rid of this mystery that there were those good jobs and now the quality of jobs declined. That's wrong. Moreover, what we consider to be a good job is changing over time as well. So when we are discussing good jobs, right, in a moment in our session, we first have to define what each of us means with what's a good job. And a couple of years ago, a good job was a job with 40 hours a week. A job with 40 hours a week wouldn't be considered a good job nowadays. A good job would have meant to have, you know, a nice office out in a nice company. This is not considered to be a good job anymore. A good job would have been considered to be a job which covers the entire household necessities. This is not considered to be a good job anymore. So we have to redefine good jobs. This is a moving target, and that's our first task, I think. Second, and I now turn to Germany, I would make 5 points where we indeed lost something which I consider having been a good job, and it's not here anymore, but we can recreate it. And this is, it's a topic, it's a very topic of this session. And the first is on predictability. Once upon a very, very long time, I wrote a thesis at Harvard comparing the transition from school, vocational training, to work in the US, in Germany, and in Norway. And what could be found is that the transition from vocational training to jobs was very, very fast in Germany, and that in Germany, quite different from the United States, but also quite different from Norway, people rarely change jobs. They love to change, to stay in the same job, and they didn't need further education. And they had a very, very clear age grading, in particular men, of course. Now, this changed. There is a lot of unpredictability, and if you ask young people what they are going to expect during their work life, they expect a lot of changes in their jobs. They expect that they have to get through a lot of retraining, and we don't even have the right word. Having worked at the National Unemployment Office in Nuremberg, I use the word Umschulung, which doesn't seem right, but it's not about lifelong learning. It's not about further education. It's really learning a second, a third new job. And this changes the entire world of our vocational training system. And it also asks the question whether our dual vocational training system is indeed the best of the world, as we used to say, and what possibly has been the case. In particular, want to compare it to the on-the-job training system in the US. But nowadays, it shows that it's probably too inflexible. This is an open question, but I would love to discuss this question. But we need, in particular for the young entering generation, an increase in predictability. And this means that instead of saying you can stay in this job, we have to give the young generation and people who are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, the security to be able to enter a second vocational training, and that this is paid for. And our Minister Heil is working on policies like this. This seems to be urgently necessary. And this is a sort of a recreation of predictability defined in a very different way. The second is that Germany was always very, very proud about its code determination and union coverage. And all of us know that union coverage declined considerably, and that it declined due to digitalization, but also because of, and this is of course dependent on this, a huge increase of platform economy. But again, it's not a given that unions suffer. It's not a given that the platform economy creates bad jobs only. We know by a huge international NGO, which is called Fairworks, who do a ranking of all platform economies and sort of blame by publishing this dashboard, that a lot of platforms now turn offering vacations, offering minimum wage, offering health services, offering whatever in terms of insurance and things like this. So I think that this loss of union coverage must not be a given, and that if we move in the directions of nowadays work, which is of course much more digitalized and which will be much more digitalized than before, and unions adapt, we will recreate good jobs in Germany as well. The fifth point is on fair work, and we always thought that once we work, we should be able to cover our expenses. So, but now we have an increase of more and more working poor. This is something which we had in the US and in other nations since a long, long time. But in Germany, it's quite unusual and it increases over time. The new and just established minimum wage won't help because it's sort of now cut by inflation, but we have to really deal with this problem more than we have dealt with it before. The sixth point is on the inequality, and while inequality in income did not increase over time profoundly, at least it did increase less than we usually think it increased. Wealth increased considerably, which means that our young children depart from very, very different lines, much more those than 10 or 20 or 30 years before. And this, of course, has an impact on our education. It has an impact on our vocational training, on our university training, and everything which then pays off in the labor market as well. So I think thinking about the recreation of good jobs and recreation of good work also means to recreate more equality in terms of wealth. My seventh point is that we consider in Germany, but not just in Germany, work also as a kind of a melting pot, an area, an office, an organization where people from different neighborhoods and probably from different social strata meet and talk and interact. And this is getting lost profoundly. It's getting lost due to digitalization, due to mobile work, due to home office, due to a lot of different platform economies, whatever. And this is in hype in the moment. It's sort of declining, but 2 years ago, everybody thought this is a new future, this home work, this flexible work, this work alone and wherever you are. And this means to recreate good work, which also means to bring up again the social factor of labor market participation, to think much more about neighborhoods, about the way we plan our cities, about co-working spaces and things like this. And we do too less. So think again, rethink again work as means to bring people together and form a society, which means that people work together. And my third and last chapter, chapter 3, with points 8 and 9, cover things which we in Germany did not yet have reached and never reached before, and this means equal and fair work for men and women. So we still have huge differences in work histories and work trajectories between men and women. This I don't have to tell you, this is what we know. And we have to think about directions in which we have to change those gender pay gaps. It's not just that we close this gap, we have to know in which direction we should close it. I mean, there can be societies where the gender pay gap is 0, but with very, very low pay. So this is obviously not the way we want to go, but we do not have an open discussion which is the way we want to go, which means should women become more like men, increasing the working time to 39 hours a week and working for the entire life, more or less, or whether men decrease their working time, dividing unpaid work more equally between men and women. And we need this public discussion, because otherwise we can't talk about decreasing the gender care or the gender pay gap. And the last point is that good jobs also means that we have jobs which, sort of do not discriminate against age. And this age discrimination is still something which we have at the German society, together with a very, very strong age grading. And moving in a new direction means also to it that point. Those were my introductory remarks. Thanks a lot, and sorry again for my delay.
Many thanks. Many thanks for this introduction and very comprehensive overview of the different dimensions of what good jobs and bad jobs mean and how we can go ahead. We won't probably cover all of them in this round, but also to introduce and to announce that tomorrow we will touch upon some of these more into detail, but very important to have this overview. And I would like to ask you some comments, remarks on what Jutta has just presented, spontaneous remarks. Sebastian, would you like to?
You took a lot of notes.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Well, I would like to add a different dimension, because many of the things you said I either agreed on or, well, it's a sociological analysis where as an economist I don't really feel to be able to comment. But I would like to add the dimension, why do we need economically good jobs? I mean, clearly, of course, we all are better off if we have better jobs and social cohesion. And I think that's a very important point, because very often we just measure GDP and public debt, and that's for economic policy makers, these are the variables they aim to achieve. And good jobs is a dimension which is not directly included in these measurements. We can have a high GDP and bad jobs, or at least in principle we could have it. But there is also an economic rationale for having good jobs. I think, and I would like to make the point that for the challenges which the German economy is facing over the next decade or so, we definitely need good jobs, and we need to move towards good jobs. And not just because we are better off with good jobs, but just because in the end, GDP will be higher, unemployment will be lower, and public debt will also be lower. And let me just elaborate on that a little bit. The three large challenges are demography, digitalization, and decarbonization for the German economy. Plus, we now need to see how we position ourselves in a reconfigured global economy. I think the graduate school you are leading, they still have globalization as a challenge in there. And I reread your proposal last night to prepare for today, and today we are. I mean, at that point, you were framing more the challenge Germany has in the international competition. I think now, after the Ukrainian war and the COVID crisis, we are more at the point where we see how can we position Germany to be more resilient and also be a strategic actor. But for all these things, we do need good jobs. Let me start with demography. Demographic trends in Germany, they mean that the number of people in working age are going to decline, or is going to decline very soon. And medium projections already predict the shortage of qualified workers and potentially also workforce as a whole for many jobs. We now already have a shortage for people in healthcare, for example, and that is a problem for the quality of life. We now have a number of ICUs which are not staffed enough, so you cannot receive people there. People have to wait, they have to be transported for a long time, and ultimately they might die because of that. We have a shortage of teachers here in Berlin. I think 1,000 teachers could not be hired last term, so the beginning of the school year. And all that, of course, leads to shortages in other parts of the economy. If there isn't infrastructure to take care of old and sick relatives, then other people the normal workforce has to do it, and it's mostly women, as you rightly said. If the education system is not taking care of the children, then again, it will be taken over by the families, by other people, again, mostly women. We have this survey among employees in Germany by the Hans Böckler Foundation during the COVID crisis, and the data shows that those who have stayed home for, not in the first COVID school closure, but they who stayed home in June, I mean, they closed the schools in March, and those who just stayed home in April because of the children, they re-entered the labor market, but those who stayed home still in June, they have a permanent reduction in their working hours. So the shortages in some of the sectors, they lead to shortages in other parts. And it is, well, good work is one of the reasons why we have shortages in the care sector and in the education sector. It's badly paid, it's bad working hours, it's understaffed, and so on. So their good work would really help to deal with that problem. Well, then good work, and I think you mentioned that already, makes it easier to work until retirement, or potentially even beyond the retirement age if people want to do that. But for that, you need good jobs. If you have bad jobs, people will be burnt out before that, and people will not be willing to stay in that job for longer. Well, then there's a question of some points you didn't mention, and I would like to narrow that down on that. Have we done enough? And you talked a lot about I would say, the structural issues where we need to do more work. But there are also some short-term questions. Do we do enough in the current situation to use the crisis also to improve working conditions? And here again, or to create good jobs. And here again, I think we have done way too little. I mean, for example, a lot of people have been in short-term work schemes, was more than 6 million in early 2020. That is a record. We never had that much. And I mean, ideally, from an economic point of view, if the workers are idle, you would put them on training. Yeah, you would train them, you would try to get them improve their skills and so on. But again, what we found out in the surveys we did is that during COVID, there was less training for those on short-term work than otherwise. And actually firms who had people on short-term work, they did less training than those who had them on the side and were continuing. And again, that's a big failure. That's a huge waste of time and of opportunities. And I mean, this is important right now because we are going to have in the next winter, I would predict again, an increase in short-term working schemes or the use of short-term working schemes. And we need to look how we can retrain or train or whatever, educate the workers, give them new skills, especially as the new crisis is hitting the sectors which will be hit by the decarbonization, by the transformation here. Also, you mentioned the minimum wage. You said it didn't help at all. I would be a bit more positive on this. I think it was good that the increase in the minimum wage it happened now. Yeah, it happened when inflation is surging. But of course, you are right that the increase in wage has been mostly wiped out by inflation. Again, we have this research which calculates household-specific inflation rates, and if you look at low-income households, they are faced with a much higher individual inflation rate than the high-income households because they spend more on household energy and food, and these are the things which have increased. So, again, here this has. Well, we had hoped that we could make a step towards good jobs with the minimum wage increase, and this has now been wiped out. So we need to talk about how we can deal with that and whether the way the Commission has worked in a very backward-looking way by increasing the minimum wage commission, by increasing minimum wages, whether they can do something a bit differently now at times of this challenge. Okay, so to round up, I understand that in a crisis, the immediate concern is crisis fighting and survival, but for the long-term strategic aims of the German economy and the aim of good work, or good jobs, we should do differently in this crisis.
Thank you. Simon, please.
Sure. Thank you. Those were absolutely fascinating remarks and really a treasure trove because they were so multifaceted and I don't even know where to begin, but one image I really liked was the one of the melting pot, which I think has indeed really disappeared. And not just in the last couple of years. Of course, working from home is a really important dimension, but we know that for decades, polarization has increased, for example, in terms of university graduates working side by side, people with vocational training, or people without any formalized training within the same establishment, within the same firm. That is a trend that has, or that is a phenomenon that has more and more disappeared, in the sense that we have more and more labor market segmentation, in the sense of almost, you could say, like a two-class society in the labor market, where we have highly productive firms that employ typically the highly educated, are much more frequently bound by collective bargaining agreements, have co-determination, and then a number of firms, in particular in the domains of food, cleaning, logistics, security services, that take outsourced workers, frequently have no or much lower sectoral bargaining coverage or lower sectoral bargaining agreement wage levels. And what I would argue used to be a way for broad parts of society to participate in economic growth, also in economic success of large companies, is essentially shut down by not having this direct participation in the economic success of these firms. And so I think it's very important to then think about what are the factors that led to this development. And I think part of it, and I think Jutta Allmendinger also alluded to it, is the decline in sectoral bargaining coverage, for example. We need to think about, the minimum wage, I think, is an important, structural incentive that reduces firms' incentives to outsource certain types of labor. But something has been lost. I think this idea of working side by side, and it is about so much more than just the economic success. Is also mingling, and the communication and the dignity that takes place by working side by side in the same firm. So I think it's a absolutely first order question that we need to face. When it comes to the minimum wage and to short-time work as well, I think it's really important that we also think about the long-term economic consequences, not just in terms of inequality, but also in terms of where we locate economic resources. And so whether we create institutions that are essentially complementary to technological change that will lead to an ever larger minimum or low wage sector, or technological progress that is complementary to good jobs. And I think these labor market institutions play an absolutely crucial role in guiding the direction of that technological change. And so just to use these two examples by Jutta Allmendinger and by Sebastian Dolin, I think in terms of the minimum wage, I think we need to really think about the trade-offs that we face, in that, yes, we will have losers from the minimum wage, for example, smaller businesses that won't be able to survive in light of higher wage costs. They cannot pass on all the costs to the customer. But at the same time, the redeeming feature is that we have more workers available to work in, potentially higher productive, more productive firms that are currently having a hard time hiring. And with regards to short-time work, I think this is absolutely right. It will play a crucial role, especially this coming winter, I expect. But what I'm lacking in the debate is, and it's a structural deficit, because we simply don't know, is how is an honest conversation about the pluses and the minuses of this policy. Of course, we need to rescue, employment relationships in the short run, because, the house is on fire. So we need to extinguish the fire. That's absolutely crucial. But what we then, I think, lack is a longer term perspective, where we think about to what extent, for example, does short-time work hinder structural change? And, an example I gave is the software developer that's employed by, the automotive supplier that recently got saved due to short-time work or due to a government intervention, is not available for example, the startup or another thriving business that is looking for work. So I think we really need to get on top of the game of understanding these trade-offs. And one thing I'm lamenting as a researcher is that in Germany, we frequently simply lack the data. So I think what we need to do is I mean, Jutta Allmendinger, I think you're probably perhaps the best qualified expert to speak to that. And so I'm very curious for your perspective. My sense is we have a lot of data in different silos, but we do not have the legislative basis to combine them. So what we cannot do is kind of like a 21st century research that can then serve as input for, illumination of the relevant policy trade-offs. And with that, I think I've
thank you.
outrun my time.
Miriam, please, your turn.
Yes, thank you very much. Very many points already raised, so I'll just limit myself to supporting some of those that have been made. First, I would like to say that the institutionalist economics literature really emphasizes that this division in segmentation in the labor market is very much linked to the high road, low road of development, and where really what we see and evidence that we find is that digitalization and concentration in Germany have, to some extent, weakened labor power and on the other hand, enhanced productivity. And so really sort of an echo of what we see in the US with superstar firms hypothesis is something that at some level we can also detect in Germany, especially in the manufacturing sector. And this is really something that we will need to address, I think, in economic policy and industrial policy in the really short run, or it is not something that we're talking about medium run, because the climate emergency is going to necessitate a reorganization of the industrial structure that is going to hit the German economy especially hard. So that was one point that I just wanted to emphasize. The other aspect that I think where we're moving from the micro level to the macro level, from the macroeconomic evidence to the macroeconomic policy level, and the comparison of the US and Germany is really the effect that the COVID-19 economic policies have had on labor relations. In the US, what we saw was, as has been described very well in the previous lectures and discussions, really essentially some sort of a universal basic income. And as critical as I am of that concept and of the idea, in the US, this has really had an effect of very much altering the power relations between labor and capital and workers and employers. Really going down to the micro level. Whereas in Germany, in this traditionally more organized way of dealing with crises, which has helped maintain people within jobs and keep people employed and ensure a more stable transition through the crisis, the short-time work and furlough instruments have now, especially in the face of inflation, shown that they are really weakening labor power to substantial effect, to a substantial extent. Inflation in Germany is really of a very different kind, a very different beast compared to the US, where there is some arguments that wage increases and labor power has played some role, although the emphasis on market concentration that is placed in the economic policy debate, of course, is extremely relevant. In Germany, there is very little evidence of wage increases, and really we are not seeing, inflation has become now homemade, right? It's not only imported anymore, but this is through prices and essentially profits, and not so much through wage increases, despite the institutional differences in the labor markets. And I do believe that this raises very important questions, both at the macroeconomic and at the microeconomic level.
Thank you, Miriam. Jutta Allmendinger, perhaps you would like to pick up some of the comments.
Yes, thank you very much. I would love to. First, well, I don't think that school teachers are paid less. They are actually paid better than in other countries. The problem in Germany with school teachers is that they have such a very, very low reputation. And though when we talk about good work, we have to, of course, talk about money, but we also have to talk about reputation. And this is a missing link to a lot of discussions which we had here. So bring this back in, I think would be a good idea. The other thing is with this training system, which I said, I mean, it's very much linked to our age grading, and my students become younger and younger and younger on average, which is sort of the absolutely reversed trend of what I expected. So on average, my students in 1992, when I had my first professorship in Munich, were older than they are now, because they had at least those senior students with the age of 60 plus who were sitting in my huge lectures, and now they are lacking as well. So I have now those 17, 18 years old first term students. And this, I certainly don't understand why we can't, change our units, this age grading, that it's sort of a usual thing to go back to university at the age of 40 or something like this, or 45. I really miss those people. This age diversity is good for everyone, and it also helps the economy. And the same can be said for our vocational training or dual training system. So I simply wanted to repeat that there is a lot of housework to be done, which also can be done, but I do not see the political power behind it at all. I'm also very much afraid about something which we sort of did not yet discuss, that the digitalization and this increased flexible work and home office and those things, of course, brings new divides in our working community, in those who can work flexible and those who can't. And we have to address this point much more than we have to address this, because this is really a new cleavage compared to former times, at least, where you had a percentage of 9 or 10% who worked at home or were self-employed. Germany's self-employment rate is very low compared to other countries, but usually people went to the offices, and now you have a certain population seeing at the streets or the trams who go to office, and others simply stay at home. And this makes a lot with our society, and I'm a sociologist, so I'm primarily concerned about societal effects, about change in terms of changing labor markets.
I know, Miriam, you have to leave us quite soon. Is there anything you would like to propose as the one big measure to put on the top of the list of how to create better jobs, good jobs?
Thank you very much. I was just wondering how I was going to be able to raise my voice to see that I'm afraid I will need to leave. Thanks a lot. Yes, the one policy, I mean, obviously, as always, there's no golden bullet, and what we need is a framework and an institutional setup that encompasses several aspects. But I do believe that really the organization of this conference is extremely well thought out, because work time reduction is the main thing that I would have proposed and that I would like to emphasize. The 2 points that I would like to make in that respect is, on the one hand, something that Jutta has already mentioned, the equalization of working time of men and women in Germany, especially West Germany. We always need to bear in mind that we have this massive cleavage in Germany, where Eastern Europe is really completely different from the West in these aspects, both with regard to the gender pay gap, but also with regard to the work time gap. And in the West Germany, we have this massive difference in work hours between men and women, and that's something that needs to be addressed in light of the climate crisis, ideally with a reduction of the normal work time. The other point is that I would like to emphasize relates to the argument I just made with regard to labor relations and relative labor power. We know from evaluations of collective bargaining agreements that incorporate work time reductions in Austria and in Germany, that employers across all income groups are interested or would prefer in a majority work time reductions. Even with a reduction in pay, but obviously the distributional aspects regarding income distribution, they need to be addressed. But even with a reduction in pay, a majority of workers across all income groups wants to reduce the work time, but employers do not. Employers are extremely skeptical and reluctant to grant it. And I really had a nice sort of mini natural experiment proposing to foundation 2 policies, and they were actually more interested, conservative if I may say so here, they were actually more interested in a wealth tax than in a work time reduction. This is really a very strong issue from the employer's side that I believe will need to be addressed in drafting policies that ensure a work time reduction, and thus the increase in life quality and in redistribution that these policies can entail.
Thank you, Miriam.
Very much.
And Jutta Allmendinger is appreciating what you say, very obviously. We let you switch to, well, let's say, your care job, and the very valuable. Thank you, Miriam. Sebastian, there was some questions at the beginning on unions, and I don't want to push you into a role that representing unions, but as you. No, he's a researcher.
I would challenge that.
But still, I mean
he's the most well-known person in Germany on unions. So
yeah, so you're very often in contact with unions. What do you think? Why is it so difficult to turn the trend towards more union coverage in bargaining and else? Because it seems as if it's still not interrupted, the decrease.
Yeah, I mean, if I look at it historically, we can see that it has changed with German unification, where we had, I mean, first there were mistakes made by the way the German unification were managed, and also the role both unions and employers federations played at that point, because basically when Germany was reunified, they didn't have proper unions in the East. I mean, they had some state-owned unions, but they weren't, or well, communist unions, party unions, but they didn't really, they weren't independent. They didn't negotiate wages, because of course in communism, you didn't negotiate wages between the workers and the capital. And they didn't have proper employers and owners of the firm. So what they did after unification is they allowed the Western unions and the Western employers federations to set wages for the East, which of course, I mean, none of them had an interest that they set the wages at a good or a level which was conducive to economic development in the East. So that contributed to the decline in Eastern manufacturing. The result is that we have a very low union coverage in the East, and then we had a lot of employers who left the employers federations, who left the collective bargaining contracts, and I mean, if you look at the time series, that's when that started to decline, and it hasn't recovered since then. In the early 2000s, I think labor market policies implicitly weakened unions further. I mean, the whole debate, Hartz IV, basically the way it was implemented without a legal minimum wage. And again, the unions made mistakes here, because historically the unions at that point were against a legal minimum wage. And that's strange to imagine nowadays, but they thought it would basically erode their power and erode the incentive to become union members. But I think they misestimated their own power at that point. So they were against the legal minimum wage, and the result was that especially in the low wage sector grew strongly, and wages at the bottom they fell. And this is a situation why, I mean, the result then was that we have a lower coverage of collective bargaining contracts nowadays than we had in the past. Things have changed a little bit, but union coverage now is much lower, and union coverage is not, I mean, for Germany, union coverage isn't, I mean, the number of union members to the population or to the workforce is not that high in Germany, but we used to have, despite this relatively low number, we used to have a high degree of coverage of collective bargaining agreements, which we don't have anymore. And so that is, in my eyes, the problem. And because you asked the others or you asked Miriam what would be one single element, and I believe that some of the policies proposed to increase collective wage bargaining coverage would also help to improve the quality of jobs. Of course, there are also some internal problems of the unions. They used to be too representative of the white old male in traditional jobs, but we have to see that that has changed in the past years. And if you look at the latest agreements of the IG Metall, which really allowed to trade working time flexibility and working time flexibility of that kind where the employee chooses the flexibility, not the employer, against wage increases. And that is, I think that is a quite modern approach.
Simon Jäger, from the economics or academic point of view, is there anything to argue in that sense, to say that union coverage needs to be higher?
Well, I wanted to, I'll come to that in a second. I wanted to build on 2 points that Sebastian made. It's my understanding that actually the time series of the growth of the low-wage sector in Germany is actually slightly different in that much of it occurred already before Hartz IV or Hartz IV, which was not primarily about the unions per se. So I think I think we need to be really precise about the timing of when, for example, the growth of the low-wage sector happened, and when, for example, the Hartz reforms happened, and when deunionization happened. I am also very curious, and it's more of a question. I agree with the institutional factors that have happened in Germany in terms of, for example, declaring collective bargaining agreements generally binding. That has gone down as an instrument, and much like the minimum wage, that can have economic benefits by, preventing, wage competition, essentially leading to more incentives to create, higher paying jobs, rather than devoting more resources towards the creation of a low wage sector. And my question for Sebastian would be, it's not just that employers have left employer organizations. It's also an organizational crisis of the unions per se. So what would it take for unions to become more attractive, to have a value proposition to workers, to platform workers, and so on? So I'd be very curious to hear your perspective, being more, tagged into the union movement. I understand you're a researcher and you're not a union representative, but you're closer. So I would be very curious to hear about that. And if I may, one last point before you, I think. You talked about the labor shortage that has come up, and I think there are a lot of misconceptions in the German debate, and apparently also coming more from the the worker side. Right now, we have the highest number of people working in Germany in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany at 45 million. Okay, so the workers, there is in that sense no worker shortage. Okay, the workers are not gone; they're just elsewhere, and they have gone where wages are better, where working conditions are better, and I think we need to really be really careful in two different dimensions. Yes, going forward structurally, we have an aging society. There are problems, there are long-term trends that are happening. At the same time, what's going on right now is not at all that situation. And I think, it's obviously at the end of the day a normative question, but there are also certain benefits to be had from what is perceived to be a labor shortage, because it creates pressure to increase wages where wages are low. It creates pressure to improve working conditions in line of what workers actually want. So for example, this example of the hairdresser in Bonn who created this 4-day work week and has applicants pounding on her door, even though there's an overall labor shortage of, even though hairdressers are looking for applicants left and right. So I think from that perspective, it can have economic benefits as well. And so I would be really curious to hear your take as well from the union perspective, perhaps.
Okay.
Well, I would love if it also would impose some pressure on our educational system, because wait 1 week from now and we have the new data on the competence levels of our young generation, and educational poverty, as I call it, increased, and we are now up to 25 to 30% of young people who do not match the minimum competencies in reading or in mathematics or in orthography. I mean, so we can't really speak about a shortage of labor if you treat young people in our educational system obviously like you treat them right now. And the same applies to our migrants who enter this country and have problems getting acknowledgement of the certificates or getting a good training in the German language quite early and soon. So I also go with his thesis that a labor shortage would have something good to follow, increasing pressure to change, but I do not see this pressure yet.
I would very much like to try, because we're touching upon a lot of topics that we will come back to. But
probably he has first to answer his question on demographic change. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I would just try, because it's a little caricature, but traditionally or conventionally, economists try to solve these problems, education or labor markets, whatever, by incentives, and best by price incentives. What is your typical answer? I mean, would you, if you want to raise, or close the gender gap, if you want to raise in education, as you mentioned, is there something that you would, is there something common in what your thinking goes to?
Well, in terms of education, I mean, it's very clear that we have this problem of our federal system, and then we have this huge data problem, because I'm not allowed to even compare the country average, or the state average, I should say, between Berlin and Bremen or something like this, because I can't use the data. I mean, the variable is there, but I'm not allowed to use this variable, and I can't, even compare schools. And so I have huge problems in terms of evidence-based policies or politics or advice even. So this, of course, needs to be changed. And in terms of the gender care gap or gender pay gap, I already said what I mean. I mean, it's not just about closing the gap. It's primarily about defining what is good work and in which society we want to live. And then we can decide how to close gaps. But the first thing has to be first. It's not, I mean, I can close gaps and everything is getting worse.
And on the working time reduction, because you very much agreed on what Miriam said.
Well, I mean, this all comes to changing the work, the paid and the unpaid work, more equally between men and women, because this will be a decisive way to decrease the time out, the part-time work, and things like this. And so we have an increase in productivity per hour. We have huge amounts of health problems right now, because you do more in less time, and therefore an overall working time decrease is, I think, the way in which I can live a healthy life and work longer, but not increase the working time with condensed work for both partners over more than, now 45 or 50 years. This won't be the direction we can go.
Okay. Perhaps your comments on work time and gender?
From my side, or? Okay, I was wondering whether I should reply to Simon's questions on the other point. I mean, working time reduction, I think that's absolutely necessary. But also, I think we shouldn't have a general working time increase. That's very clear. But on the other hand, there also needs to be some flexibility, because a single in her 20s, late 20s, might be willing and might wish to work more during that time, to work later less, and also single in his 20s. That applies to that as well. I completely agree that from personal experience, that for child carrying responsibilities, it's very difficult to combine 2 full-time jobs at the pace we are having here. And I think this is, and that's one point on, you ask on the modernization on unions. I think that is something the unions have understood, and that's what they have been fighting and pushing for increasingly. More could be done here, but that is something which is happening. I would like to say a few words on the shortage of workers and also the union trends here. I mean, I would define a shortage of workers very economically. I would say if at the going market conditions there seems to be, and the giving price, there is a shortage, or the people don't get their demand, and here the employers don't get as many workers as they wish, then there's a shortage. Now the question is, what do you do against the shortage? And maybe we need better working conditions and better wages, and then we would have more supply here. The absolute number, of course, doesn't say anything, because we also have the highest number of people ever living in Germany, and we have the highest number of people in working age. So what does it tell us that we have the highest number of people in employment? Also, the ratios have gone up.
But it's the ratio as well. Yeah. So that's I think
yeah, the ratio is also high. But I think the main, and that is puzzling. We have also this debate: where did all the people go who have worked in restaurants, in the hospitality sector? Because they seem to be gone, and no one really answers where they have been gone to. I mean, some of them might have moved to the COVID test centers, but they are closed now. So it's not in statistics, not very well documented. But one point here is what I observed, that in the US, where you had a shortage in this way of workers in the hospitality sectors, they increased the wages. So they have been on the internet, they have been some on Twitter, pictures where a McDonald's is paying $18 an hour now for simple jobs. But in Germany, we don't see that. For some reason, the restaurant or the hospitality sector has not increased the wages offered. They say they don't find personnel, they close down for days in the week, but the wages are not moving as they are in the United States. And I mean, these are sectors where we don't have much collective bargaining. Yeah, so obviously there's something working very differently in the labor market mechanics in the institutions, which at this moment, hinders adjustment. And I don't know what that is. I think it's an interesting question. Let me just say 2 words on the unions and their relative power and coverage, and on the platform workers. I mean, first, I think we have to really distinguish between sectors, because the IG Metall has actually, not now, but if you look at the time from 2008 to now, they have increased their membership numbers. It's interesting for a union in a sector which you would expect not necessarily to grow. I mean, it's also grown in Germany, that might be a special case, but they have increased their membership, while we have other sectors where actually the union coverage has decreased. Especially the sectors like care is one of the sectors, but also you said the platform economies. It's very difficult for the unions to, these sectors have become more diverse. We have a lot of migrants in there, either from Eastern Europe or also in the delivery services like Gorillas. We have people who have come, who don't speak German, refugees who work there, and it's very difficult to organize them. And the platform economies have the problem that you don't have a workplace to organize. Yeah, because they don't know who's working there sometimes. They just have their app. And here's one big issue from the union side, that unions need a legal requirement to be able to communicate also for the formation of workers' councils. They need to have access to the apps and to the communication channels of the companies, which the companies are fighting. And this is the big problem we are having here. But I think you could really improve that if you give them access to the communication channels.
Simon, would you?
Sure, happy to. Yeah, I think perhaps one topic that is very important is different trajectories of earnings of men and women, different lifetime earnings that. Where Germany is unfortunately really lacking behind, in particular when it comes to motherhood penalties. So we know in heterosexual couples, the men and the women typically are on similar trajectories in terms of earnings up to the birth of the first child, and then a gap opens up. And in Germany, it is shockingly large. It's among the largest in, wherever we have like seen data. Germany is among the largest motherhood penalties that we've seen, in kind of like for example, among the OECD countries where it has been measured, substantially larger than Scandinavia, where it's more of a blip, for example, in Denmark, and then returns, but also substantially larger than, for example, in the UK or the United States, where there's also a gap, but then much more convergence than in Germany. And I think we really need to talk about three interrelated factors that shape these differences. One is the curiosity of the German tax system, which heavily penalizes, secondary earners, according, by the Ehegatten splitting. So that's a really crucial factor, as are, tax-advantaged mini jobs, for example. A second really important factor, and just having moved back from the US, that really, it's like shocking to see, are cultural factors where, perceptions and norms of, how care is to be divided, of what are expectations for men and women to, balance work and private life, what is guilt for leaving, children at home or something is really, I'm not judging this in a normative sense. I'm just, from my own experience as like a re-migrant in a way, there are big differences across societies. And I think a third factor that kind of like, and these three factors really obviously interrelate and like shape each other is, I think, flexibility. And Jutta Allmendinger mentioned predictability in terms of, I think like, and you meant it, I think, in the way of like, having multiple jobs or one steady job over the lifetime. Another really important facet of predictability, I think, is work hours during a week, and having the ability to set your own schedule, to have, the flexibility to respond to, childcare needs, or, people care about, for elderly relatives as well. And there are all sorts of emergencies that happen. And so I think there's Germany, as in many ways, is very rigid in many ways in this workplace flexibility. So I think it's these three factors: the tax system, cultural factors, and flexibility that employers and perhaps unions as well shape, that we really need to talk about when it comes to these different trajectories of male and female earnings paths.
Maybe that's a good question to ask you on, because you have a different view on that.
I always love if men make those points and I don't have to tell this. It's wonderful, thank you.
So, but is there, what is for you the main reason why Germany is different in that?
It's exactly those structural reasons. I call it structure. And there, of course, I have the tax system. I have all those jobs which are not covered by social security system. I have I'm covered by health without having to pay, and all those things, hold women back and have those carrot sticks, saying, well, you are equally well off if you work for 5 hours a week, 12 hours a week or something like this. So this is not good for women. It's a needed trap, and it's not just a trap over the life course at the age of 20 to 67 or something like this. But in particular, looking at the pension system, women are still earning a little bit more than half of men to look at their pensions. And it's awful, in particular, because, they live a longer life and live in poverty. And primarily women are living in poverty. And if you then concentrate on lone parents, in particular mothers who educate their children by themselves without having a partner, this then shows the entire misery of integrating women in our labor market. So it's about structure, it's about culture. We still have this raven mother thing, and we do a lot of experiments at the WZB, and it still shows, even in the year 2021, that a woman who interrupts for 12 months is more likely to get invited for a job interview compared to a woman who interrupts for 2 months. So it's this no-win situation for women, either being considered to be a nice and good mother, or, you know, an overly ambitious woman who only takes 2 months off. So this didn't change since 30 years or something like this. When I myself was in absolutely the same situation of being blamed in both directions. And then this flexibility over the entire life course, and this is what we all talk about. We are not talking about a reduction of hours worked for, you know, being stable over the entire life course. Now, of course, I can work much, much more. But 10 years ago, I had to take care of I wanted to take care of my mother being sick, so I decreased my working hours, and this should be possible. And this is also a way of predictability that I have those possibilities, in particular for embedded people who have a family. So yeah, we have to address those things more strongly.
Thanks. Very, very interesting. And I think maybe one of the most tricky things is on the cultural, isn't it? I mean, if, as Simon said, there's a lot of...
But those things are not independent from each other. Look at East German women. I mean, they are now living in the same structural conditions, but in terms of their cultural or normative expectations, they are hugely different from West German women still. You know, after 3 generations. So culture really changes very slowly. So it's not entirely dependent from each other. You can do a lot within a very short time, retrospectively. If
Many
you
things.
only would like to do so.
Yeah. I would like to ask you, because we're finishing, on your work, you're consulted a lot by politicians and others to... What is your perception on our topic, good jobs? Has this become very much more important? Is that something where people are convinced now? Is there a shift in perception?
Well, if you listen to speeches, of course. I mean, everybody takes it seriously, that next generations entering the labor markets are smaller, and that we are in a high demand of apprentices and things like this. But on the other hand, nothing changes in terms of the acknowledgement of or decreasing the difference between academically trained and non-academically trained people. So, I mean, on paper, yes, but in terms of what really happens in Germany, I'm entirely with him saying we are very, very slowly in the way we move, although the problems are known.
Mm. Okay, maybe we will contribute a little bit to this change, and you do, and very happy that you've been here, even a little late, but this was perfect.
This was not my fault, it was a car driver, he couldn't find his way, I mean, sorry.
Okay, again, thanks a lot for being here, being with us, and
thanks for inviting me.
Come back to all these issues. At least, that's what we heard in the early afternoon with your cookies. There is a government pretending to have good jobs as one main objective. And I think, to be honest, they do some things which go in this direction, like introducing...
You better do, I'm leading the GIEC for him, so he's the main person I'm working with right now. So if you wouldn't said this, I would not be here, actually.
Okay, just to mention that there's things going in the right direction. Thanks a lot for all of you, and on the panel, Sebastian, Simon, Jutta, and Miriam, who's already left. We will now have a very short introduction, and I already thank you for having been here, but maybe you can join. It's just 6 minutes. We have started to do a video series which is covering our topics, our new paradigm topics. And the first one is the introduction that has just been finished last week, and so we'll just like you to join us for this 6-minute introduction in why we need a new paradigm. And this will be followed up, as mentioned at the end, by some series about the big topics that we have about redefining globalization, redefining the role of the state, and so on and so on. So please, I hope the video will start now.
Es läuft nicht gut. Arme und Reiche waren selten so weit voneinander entfernt. Klimaschocks nehmen zu, Finanzhändler spielen Casino. Die Globalisierung kriselt. Und überall poltern Populisten. Es mag viele Gründe dafür geben. Eins haben die Krisen aber gemein. Ihr Ursprung liegt fast immer in dem Knall, in dem, was vor gut 40 Jahren die Politik zu beherrschen begann. Der Glaube, dass alle Übel der Menschheit über freie Märkte und eine entfesselte Finanzwelt zu lösen sind. Und darüber, dass sich der Staat zurückzieht. Und dass alles dadurch am Ende besser wird. So wie es Anfang der 1980er Margaret Thatcher und Ronald Reagan predigten.
Let markets work, have financial deregulation, have globalization. The idea was trade was going to make a big difference and you had to basically allow for trade, trade in goods, trade in assets.
Die Weisheit der Märkte wurde bald wie eine Religion gepredigt.
Damals hat Margaret Thatcher ja wirklich gesagt, das ist wie eine Bibel für uns. Das ist das, woran wir glauben und wir machen Politik, um das umzusetzen.
Die Lehre vom heiligen Markt zog aus in die Welt, wurde zum Washington Consensus und erhielt in den 90er Jahren ganz neuen Schub.
Der Verfall des Kommunismus hat dazu geführt, dass man stärker an die Marktwirtschaft geglaubt hat. Weniger Staat, mehr Markt, das war eigentlich das Mantra.
Was in dieser Zeit zu dominieren begann, war auch der Glaube, dass es für alle am besten ist, wenn jeder zuerst an sich selbst denkt. Und das Mantra vom freien Wettbewerb und Profitstreben sollte in alle möglichen Lebensbereiche vordringen. Krankenhäuser, Schulen und Unis, die Bahn, eigentlich alles zum Wohle aller.
Die Idee des Trickle-Down war, dass wenn die Wirtschaft wächst, der Erfolg sozusagen oder der Wohlstandsgewinn automatisch nach unten durchsickert.
All das schien auch irgendwie zu funktionieren, bis sich die Krisen mehrten und die Schere zwischen Reich und Arm dann doch immer größer wurde.
Market economies are fairly efficient, but can generate a whole lot of inequality. The degree of inequality which comes out of a market economy, if the state doesn't do anything, is much too large, both on moral grounds, on ethical grounds, and on political grounds, because if inequality is too large, then you get populism, you get autocracy, and so on and so on.
Und heute? Die Schere zwischen Arm und Reich ist immer größer geworden. Und immer offenbarer wird, welch verheerende Schäden der Rückzug des Staates hinterließ. An Schulen, Bahnhöfen oder Krankenhäusern. Oder bei denen, die plötzlich als Verlierer der Globalisierung dastanden. Ein Gefühl des Kontrollverlusts breitet sich aus. Gerade dort, wo die Verlierer leben.
Man kann sagen, das alte Paradigma hat so viele Sachen vernachlässigt, hat den Klimawandel als systematisches Problem nicht adressiert, hat das Problem der Ungleichheit, die erzeugt wurde, also der Kompensation, der adäquaten Kompensation von Verlierern nicht wirklich beantwortet.
Spätestens seit der großen Finanzkrise 2008 ist der Glaube an die Kraft der Märkte nicht mehr das große Ding. Seither gibt es in Umfragen plötzlich Mehrheiten dafür, dass der Staat stärker helfen sollte. Da retten Regierungen in Pandemie oder Energiekrise plötzlich mit viel Geld Unternehmen, weil die freie Wirtschaft sonst kollabieren würde.
And the shortcomings of globalizations, of deregulation of financial markets became very obvious. And that has led to a change in the way economic policymakers think about things.
Neue Ideen gibt es viele. Mindestlöhne, ein Grunderbe für alle, mehr Investitionen, eine bessere Messung von wirklichem Wohlstand, ein neues Weltwährungssystem. Aber reicht das? So viele Einzelideen? Oder braucht es auch ein ganz neues Leitmotiv?
Aber der Weg hin, dass man sagt, wir haben ein neues Paradigma, das allumfänglich in all seinen Dimensionen das alte Paradigma ersetzt und verbessert, das ist aus meiner Sicht noch nicht da und das wäre eine riesige Aufgabe, so ein Paradigma wirklich auszubuchstabieren.
Das Neue unserer Zeit ist, dass das Gewicht stärker auf Sicherheit und weniger auf Effizienz gelegt wird und diese Sicherheit wird durch den Staat sichergestellt.
And there is going to be disagreement about exactly what to do, but it is within an architecture, an intellectual architecture, what you call a paradigm, which is largely common.
Ich bin sehr optimistisch, dass uns das gedanklich gelingt.
Die ersten 9 Konzepte fließen bereits in die Politik ein. In Deutschland gibt es einen Mindestlohn. Im Jahreswirtschaftsbericht ein Kapitel über alternative Wohlstandsmessung. US-Präsident Joe Biden hat ein historisches Klimapaket verabschieden lassen. Manche sprechen schon von Bidenomics, wie einst von Reaganomics als Inbegriff der marktliberalen Ära. Immerhin.
Wir brauchen auch neue Zusammenhänge, die uns erkennen lassen, wie die Ökonomie eingebettet ist in der Gesellschaft, in der Politik und der Umwelt. Und dieses Eingebettetsein könnte sehr wohl und vielleicht sehr konstruktiv als Revolution bezeichnet werden.
Ja, vielen Dank für die Aufmerksamkeit zuzugucken. Also die weiteren Folgen, die sind noch nicht gemacht, die werden jetzt gemacht. Aber wir wollten mit Ihnen schon mal sozusagen die Rohfassung des Intro teilen. Und das ist natürlich alles auf so einer sehr knappen Ebene, aber ganz bewusst ein Projekt, wo wir so langsam mit den Diskussionen, die wir machen, auf der wirklich offenen Suche nach so einem neuen Paradigma auch ein bisschen eine breitere Öffentlichkeit mit ansteuern wollen. Und dazu braucht es halt auch andere Formate. Vielen Dank nochmal an das Panel. Wir machen jetzt den Switch zum nächsten Panel und werden direkt ansetzen an eines der Themen, die wir schon angeschnitten haben, nämlich die Arbeitszeit. Und werden darüber diskutieren, wenn man jetzt den fliegenden Wechsel hier werden darüber. Vielen Dank. So, und ja, werden jetzt wechseln zu einem der Themen, die wir jetzt auch schon angeschnitten haben. Achso, sorry, I have to switch to English again. And to mention, just to mention that the video that we produced was in German, just for those who are only English speaking, but they will be translated in English quite quickly. So we will have a discussion on one of the main topics, as I mentioned, that we already alluded to, which is maybe a way to better jobs, to good jobs, is to reduce working time. And to the question that we put in the agenda, should we all work less, which we probably should. At least we. And I hand over to Christian Beuer, who has accepted to moderate, to chair this session. He's chief economist, chief editor of the ZBW Wirtschaftsdienst into Economics in Hamburg. And so someone who has touched upon a lot of these issues, and we're very happy that you accepted to chair. Please take over.
Thank you, Thomas. Exactly. Hello, everybody. Hello. Should we work less? Lessons from history, and today is the topic of this session. I'm happy to open it. basically what we have exactly already in the previous session heard. Miriam Wim and Jutta Allmendinger discussed it already. Working time reduction seems to be an important topic. So the purpose of the session is to discuss the political economy of excess working time and to determine what role the current working time reduction efforts could play as part of the good jobs agenda. The idea is to consider a range of theoretical and empirical arguments. We also have seen there a number of policy experiments in the field. And we would also look at the socioeconomic and broader psychological and health perspective. Because in most economies, people today work as much as they did decades ago, despite increases in productivity. So why is it the case? What can we learn from the 4-day workweek experiments that are being run, for example, in the UK and Spain? And what are the impacts of work overload on public health? So I welcome everybody. The first speaker will be Tilfan Trick. And yeah, I'm happy you are on screen.
Hi, Christian. Nice to see you. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, great. Can I share my slides here? Can you see them?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, thanks a lot for having me. So since the title of this session is rather utopian and visionary, I thought that a good starting point would be by reference to the famous article by John Maynard Keynes that he published in 1930 that I quite like, and where he famously predicted that by 2030 we would all work just 15 hours per week. And so in this book by Skidelsky and Skidelsky, what is shown here is that we are nowhere near now the weekly working time that Keynes predicted. And so an interesting question to ask is, why is that? And so I would just, because I only have, I think, 10 minutes or so, I will just throw a bunch of graphs at you that may serve as a basis for the ensuing debate. So in my view, income inequality plays a big role in explaining why the trend towards shorter working hours has come to an end in the early 1980s. So what we see here for a bunch of high income countries, on the left-hand side is the top 1% household income share, and on the right-hand side, we see hours per worker. And we see that with the increase in income inequality starting in the early 1980s, the trend towards lower work hours has really come to an end. What we also observe simultaneously, starting in the early 1980s, is a larger amount of time devoted to child rearing. So I don't know about you. I mean, I quite like hanging out with my kids most of the time, but much of the time it also feels like hard work. So this is obviously a part of a non-paid work, which we also need to consider when talking about working time. And a large or an emerging literature in family economics has started addressing the phenomenon of helicopter parenting, because what is rather interesting to observe is that this increase in the increasingly intensive parenting style and the increasing amount of time devoted to child rearing is actually a phenomenon that is most prevalent among high wage, high education people, as are extreme, very long work hours that are also concentrated among high wage, high education people. What we also see is very persistent differences in the level of work hours. So here, for example, in the top row, we see hours per worker, annual hours per worker on the left-hand side and hours per person on the right-hand side. And we see that the average worker in the United States, which is a high inequality country, is about 400 hours more than in lower inequality countries like the social democratic countries or the continental European countries. And we also see a correlation, this is the bottom row that we see here, between income inequality and also the returns to tertiary education on the one hand, and the share of intensive parents on the other hand. And so in a project that I do jointly with Jan Behringer from the Macroeconomic Policy Institute, IMK, in Düsseldorf, we put the following 3 thought experiments. Actually, we did a few more, but I thought I could show you the following 3 to a large number of respondents in Germany. And these thought experiments are actually inspired by the work of Cornell economist Robert Frank. So in each of the questions, hypothetical questions, we asked the respondents, in which world would you rather live in? And the respondents are asked to choose between world A and world B. And we explained to them that they should imagine that the 2 states of the world are identical, except for one difference. And so in this first thought experiment in world A, you own a house that is worth 450,000 euros, and the houses of other people are worth 300,000 euros. So your house is worth more than other people's houses. In world B, your house is actually more valuable than in world A in absolute terms, but it's less valuable than the houses of others. So your house is worth 750,000 and the houses of others are worth 1.2 million. And rather interestingly, I think a very large share of respondents chooses world A, which we call the positional world. So they would rather have a less valuable house if it is more valuable than other people's houses. And then we asked a similar question for children's grades at school. So in world A, your child has a grade point average of 1.7 in school. Other parents' children have a grade point average of 1.2. So in the German system, 1 is the best grade and 6 is the worst. And in world B, your child has a grade point average of 2.0, so worse than in world A, but other children's do even worse, and their grade point average is 2.5. And again, about 50% of the respondents would actually prefer their children to perform worse in school if they do better than other people's children. And if we then ask the same question about leisure time, you may expect what's going to happen. So in world A, imagine that your weekly working time is 40 hours and the weekly working time of others is 45. And in world B, your weekly working time is 35 hours and the weekly working time of others is 30 hours. And here we get a very different picture because the overwhelming majority of the respondents now opts for the non-positional world. So very few people actually prefer less leisure time, even if that means that they have more leisure time than others. So apparently leisure is a less positional good than consumption, housing, and children's grades, because leisure time is not is a good that people value highly, but that doesn't serve the purpose of signaling social status. So that is, I think, what we can take away from these results. And then obviously in an environment where income inequality increases, one way for non-rich households to keep up with relative consumption, which is status signaling, is to sacrifice leisure and to work more. And especially in countries where income inequality has increased at the very top of the income distribution, we observe that working hours, extreme working hours, become more and more prevalent among the upper middle class, that social group that still competes for the top positions, the best paid jobs with the top 1%, whereas the lower strata of society actually kind of like abandon the rat race and no longer take part in the rat race, or are no longer admitted to the rat race. There is an increasing divergence between the working hours of bottom income groups and those competing for the best positions and also for the best education for their children. And so then this is my last slide before I come to a few conclusions. We also did a macro panel analysis where we actually find exactly this, namely that hours worked per worker are positively related to the top 1% income share or top-end income inequality more generally speaking. They are negatively related actually to centralization of wage bargaining and negatively related to government social transfers. And interestingly, this negative relationship with social transfers stems from transfers in kind, but not transfers in cash. And so this is not a causal design here, but it's really just about correlations. But I think what we can conclude, and this is my last slide, is that as we have seen, long work hours and what we might call helicopter parenting have been on the rise since the 1980s, especially among high income, high education, and hence high carbon footprint people. Of course, this has an ecological dimension also, because the high income people, they work long hours and they have high consumption levels and hence a high carbon footprint. In more unequal countries, people spend more time in positional arms races for the best paying jobs, status, consumption, educational success. And as a policy conclusion, if you like, the public provision of universal services, transfers in kind, especially in education, and also collective bargaining can reduce the scope for individual positional arms races, and hence, in my opinion, are an important prerequisite for a policy of reducing working hours. Okay, thanks so much for your attention. These were my brief remarks.
Okay, thank you. Now there would be time for a very short interaction if it's urgent. Otherwise, we can go to the next speaker, which is David Spencer from the Leeds University. His research focuses on labor economics and political economy, and he's author of the book Making Light Work. Hello.
Hello. Thanks for the invite. I appreciate being here. This is making me feel very old because the last time I saw Till, he was a student at Leeds. I think that's true, isn't it, Till?
Great to see you. Hi, David.
Good to see you too. So he says on the program, by my name, the title, The Political Economy of Work. That was a book I wrote about 12 years ago, which has now been superseded by a book I wrote this year called Making Light Work, an End to Toil in the 21st Century, which I will be drawing on in this talk. So I want to say something about why work hours have stayed long in capitalist societies and make some observations on current trials of a 4-day work week. So there are lots of trials across the world now. Not sure if there are any trials in Germany at the moment. There was reference to the hair salon offering the 4-day week, and that was attracting employees. I'm not sure there are trials, but there's certainly some in the UK. I'm not directly involved in them, but I'm aware of some of the findings, so I'll make some reflections on that. I know my colleague will probably say something about the ones in Spain. I want to start with Keynes, just like Till did, because I think he wrote a fascinating and much underappreciated essay in 1930, where he made a prediction. He made a prediction that in 2030, the working week would fall to just 15 hours. So what we're about 8 years from 2030, there's no realistic prospect of that happening. Keynes was right in one sense that productivity growth would occur in the economy, would create the potential for shorter hours. But the reality is that those improvements, those gains in productivity have not fed through to shorter work hours. Rather, we've got the persistence of long work hours in capitalist societies. 5-day working week has proved in particular very hard to dislodge. If you look at full-time working hours, reference was made to that in the last session. In Germany, it's around about 39 hours. The UK, US over 40 hours. So there's a normalization of working hours for full-time workers far in excess of 15 hours. You know, an embedding of that 40-hour work week common across capitalist societies. What's important to say as well, that there's been little change in the full-time working week over the last 30, 40 years. Look at the US, indeed, and the UK to some extent, stagnation in work hours on some data and increasing working hours for full-time workers. So progress has occurred in terms of productivity, lots of improvements in technology, but that's not fed through to shorter working hours. And what we find in society is, in capitalist societies, overwork coinciding with underemployment and unemployment. So with this maldistribution of working hours, some people in society working very long hours who profess they want to work less and would work less for lower pay. People on shorter hours who want to work more, not through necessarily any desire to gain intrinsic reward from work, but more a desire to make more money. The unemployed looking to work more. So there's a maldistribution of working hours, which suggests, on the surface at least, the possibility for welfare gains in terms of potentially levelling down work hours to a lower level and redistributing and sharing out the work that's undertaken in society. And in some ways then approaching or moving us closer to that dream of Keynes of a 15-hour working week. So why are we not working less? Till touched on some of the reasons. I'm going to give three. One is the effects of unequal power in society. I think the reality is that although productivity has improved in society, the gains from that productivity have not gone to workers. Workers have not been powerful enough to claim those gains, to convert those gains into shorter work hours. Rather, productivity gains have gone disproportionately to capital owners over the last 40 years. We can see that manifest in terms of higher inequality in society, and that stagnation in working hours there as a feature, a symptom of workers not being in a strong bargaining position. And other presentations today have made reference to this: declining union membership, erosions in collective bargaining, the abandonment of full employment as a policy goal. These have all created a much harsher bargaining environment for workers, with the effect that work time reduction has stalled. Now, just going back to Keynes's vision of capitalism was one of a sort of cooperative capitalism, where there'd be sharing the gains of productivity growth between capital and labour. Higher living standards would coincide with shorter work hours. We've not had that sort of capitalism over the last 40 to 50 years. We've had a much more rapacious, unequal capitalism, not cooperative at all, one that's produced a situation where work hours have stagnated. Two other reasons for why work hours have not fallen. One is the effects of consumerism, which Till hinted at. I think we can link that to things like higher advertising expenditure, product development. These have underpinned higher consumption norms, created a demand for longer working hours. Inequality itself has also sort of fed more forms of a greater instance of conspicuous consumption, status seeking, as Till made reference to. More unequal societies tend to have more of that sort of behaviour. Keynes's belief was that once our absolute needs would be met, we wouldn't indulge in any of this sort of activity. The reverse has been the case. Consumerism has propped up long work hours. Third factor is the attractiveness of work. I think work has retained some attractiveness. Our desire to go to work, to gain the intrinsic benefits of work, has kept us working. Keynes, going back to him again, his view, like all economists, work was a disutility. We'd look to escape work, resist work if we could. I think he underestimated the positive attributes of work and how that might then lead to a willingness to work more. Of course, there's variations across countries. UK workers, US workers tend to work more than other countries. Germany and the Netherlands, I'd pick those two out. Again, those differences can be related to politics, culture between those countries. but there's pressure for change in the present. So I've been working on work time reduction for many years, working in isolation, nobody taking me seriously. But now there's lots of campaigns, groups, pressure groups, think tanks, all on the case, making campaigns. There are campaigns out now for a 4-day working week. When I made the case 15 years ago, no response. Now campaigns. I think what's interesting about these campaigns is that there's a coalition of interests, business groups, seemingly in favour of reducing work hours, not, in some ways finding common ground with activists. And what's significant as well is now that there are trials, as I mentioned earlier, trials in various different countries, including the UK, trials which are ongoing. The initial results of these trials look promising. Productivity seems to be being maintained, even improved. Worker well-being improving. There are instances of government support, not in the UK, but in other countries, Scotland, I think Spain, the government there has embraced some trials, and also wider public support as well for shorter working hours and support for a 4-day working week. I think there are some issues in terms of taking the debate forward. I'm going to highlight 3. The first is what I'm going to call a scaling up problem, and that's moving from trials to economy-wide change. So I think it's important that these are trials, in many cases temporary. The longevity of the trials is something which we'll have to see whether the businesses who are involved seem to suggest that they will retain them the 4-day week, but I think there is some issue of the longevity, and especially now given a crisis and a recession, whether the trials will continue under crisis conditions. I think it's also a quite self-selective group of firms in the trials. Firms who are participating are those most likely to embrace change. The real challenge is to get other businesses outside of the trials to embrace work time reduction. And I think that highlights an important point around the contested nature of work time. Not all businesses are going to volunteer to cut their work hours. History shows us that workers have had to organise, push for change. Unions have been very important in pushing for change. So in terms of getting firms outside of trials to embrace change, that will involve some form of organisation, and it will also involve, I think, an important role for the state. I think we need to emphasise the role of the state in achieving work time reduction. Trials in the public sector are important, but I think it's important that the state embraces a 4-day week as an explicit policy goal. Work time reduction as an explicit policy goal. I think it's an important aspect in terms of the debate today about what good work means. I think good work needs to be expanded to include work time reduction. That seemed to come up in the last panel. I pushed that a bit more. So the scaling up problem, pay issue is an important one, ensuring that workers do not suffer a loss of pay if work hours are cut. There's lots of, the trials which are taking place are careful to ensure that pay is not reduced. But getting all firms to do that, I think, poses a challenge. I think it's right to say that for those who are underemployed and those who are paid by the hour, a 4-day week represents a real threat. I think there is a need then for higher minimum wages and some sort of income protection alongside work time reduction policies. So we can't just implement a 4-day week or seek to implement it on its own, but rather think about it in conjunction with a suite of other policies, which brings me on to my last point, and that is about more explicitly targeting improvements in the quality of work alongside work time reduction. So there are problems with work which extend beyond long work hours, work intensity. So we can't just think about work, compressing 5 days work into 4 days. 4 days will not do. We need to tackle issues of workload, high work intensity, tackle those alongside reducing hours, and also improving autonomy as well, I think, for workers. The book that was made, in terms of how I understand making light work, I talk about reducing the duration of work, but also trying to improve the quality of work alongside that. Okay, I've probably spoken too long. I'll make some summary points, and that is, I would argue work hours in capitalist societies remain long. They remain too long. They should be lower. We should be working less in response to the question, the title for this session. I mean, interestingly, it's just that lessons learned. I think the key for me is lessons not learned. We should have reduced hours. We're not, the lessons of the history show us that there are benefits, clear benefits from working less. Benefits for us, benefits potentially for the economy, now potentially benefits for the planet. So, we're not learning the lessons. I think there is hope in the present for change in the future. There will be resistance to change. Change will not occur through, again, businesses volunteering to change. There's an important role for the state. There's an important role for unions in achieving change. But a 4-day working week is worth fighting for. It will deliver myriad gains. So I'll end then with the point that we achieved a 5-day working week in the past. We used to work 6 days. We moved to 5 days. There's no reason why we can't achieve a 4-day working week in the future. We have to work collectively to achieve it, but it's worth achieving.
Okay, thank you, David. Now we come to the next speaker, which is John Sanchez from the University of Valencia. He has participated in the design of public policy programs aimed at encouraging the reduction of working hours in Spain and is author of the book Quatre Diez. Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, guten Tag, guten Abend, good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to thank the New Economic Forum for the opportunity to be here. It's a pleasure to be in this fantastic city of Berlin. And I will be delighted to share with you also some of the information and experiences that we got from the public policies that we developed in the Valencian country and in Spain. Well, I have my slides here. Let's see if they work, just to check. Okay. They are fine. Okay, so as I was saying, my main goal today with these brief slides will be to share with you some insights from these two programs that we've been developing in Spain to support firms that are voluntarily reducing the working week. Okay, so I'll try to do that in the coming minutes. Okay, so I want to try to answer at least 4 or 5 questions, what you may know as the 5 questions of journalism, like the why, the when, how, this sort of things. Okay, so the first question would be obviously the why. So why we are doing this. I will not dive into this because maybe we have time later to talk about this, and I think more or less most people know about like the possible advantages that we could get from working less hours, but I want to stress the 3 main reasons that for us were important to develop these programs as a public policy, not as a trial, but as a real public policy that it's already on the streets, let's say. So the first, probably more important question for us, especially in the Valencian country, was stagnating productivity and the negative economic impact that long working hours are having on our country. If you look at the graph, on the horizontal axis, you have the average worked hours annually by employed person, and on the vertical axis, you have the average working hours annually. Okay, so sorry, the horizontal axis is the productivity per hour. I was wrong on that. So you can see that there is like a clear correlation where the more productive countries are working less hours. In fact, in the yellow circle or orange circle, you have, for instance, Germany, and you can see in the red circle, where are we in Spain, more or less in the middle. So we are working, for instance, I think 300 hours more per worker on an average by a year than Germany, for instance, around 1,700 hours right now. And yet, as you see in the graph, Spain has a level of labor productivity that is well below the average of the European Union and of other countries that actually work less hours. So we have a problem of productivity, and it's not related with working less hours than the rest. I mean, there are obviously many other factors that I will not have to comment. I will not have time to comment, like the sectoral structure of the economy, the corporate culture, different business strategies, and so on. But if you like a larger picture and look a little bit at the data, it is clear that long hours and presentialism, the culture of like being always there and controlling the hours in the workplaces may have played a prominent role to explain this picture that you are seeing this. So the second question is more of a social issue, and it's related with the health problems that we are having relating to working long hours. For instance, you can see this statistic is from the National Institute of Statistics. They have estimated that around 60% of Spanish workers say that they suffer from stress and anxiety at the workplace. So this is a very high percentage. What are the consequences of this? First, a high degree of absenteeism in the workplace. Second, an abundance of sickness leaves. And of course, this is not only important in terms of healthcare or social issues, but this is also costing money to firms. So this is important to tackle in this regard. A third question that we were worried about, and it's also important for us to push forward these initiatives, is the severe impact that climate change is having in Spain. For instance, recently we've seen a wave of wildfires there. We just had the hottest summer in our history. The quality of air, for instance, in many cities is worsening due to pollution, due to traffic congestion. And on top of that, it seems every day it seems clear that we're living a very unsustainable lifestyle, where we are always in a hurry. We don't have time for anything, not even, for instance, for democracy, for participation, or for our family. And this leads to a lifestyle that, as I said, it's not only unhealthy, but it's also very energy intensive, and it's also very polluting. Okay, so if you don't have time, for instance, to prepare your food, you have to buy it in the supermarket. It comes with the plastic, and it's more costly to produce. No, so the environmental issue was also important for us. So the second question that I would like to answer, it's like obviously the who and the where. It's probably obvious, but currently we have two comprehensive programs in Spain to reduce working hours, one at the national level and another one at the regional level, what you could say more or less equivalent for a federal level here in Germany. The Valencian initiative is possibly the most interesting one. Well, not least because I come from there, obviously, but because it was the first to be announced, and it has been directly pushed by the government itself. This is a significant difference because in the state program, the initiative was a political compromise that the government had to reach in parliament to get the budget passed. So the initiative comes from outside parties that are supporting the government, but not inside the government. So this means that the scope and the stage in which these two projects are significantly different. And we will see that they have some things in common, but they are different in how they are planned. So let's talk a bit about that. How are these projects trying to reduce working hour in the Spanish economy? Well, here you have a depiction more or less of the most important details of this project, like the budgetary amounts that they have and more or less the main characteristics of that. Let's start to see, for instance, what they have in common. The aim of both programs is to financially support companies that voluntarily reduce their working week. The companies have to maintain their wages. This is a compromise that the company has to acquire, and they have to reach it. They have to do it in agreement with their workers and with the unions if they have in the company. So the two projects are the same in this regard. So then we start with the difference. If we take a look at the Valencian program, we see that the project is a medium long-term program. This is more or less related with the thing that David was mentioning. So this is a 3-year program because we think that improving productivity is not a matter of 6 months or 1 year. It's like a long-term project that companies have to tackle in the long term. So this is a program that will subsidize firms over an extreme period of time, 3 years. There's a decreasing subsidy. We have made some calculations about the average increase in the cost per hour of workers. And well, these are the quantities that we have defined, and it's a decreasing subsidy that you can get per worker in the firm if you adhere to this program. If we take a look, on the other hand, at the Spanish program, this is a program that will only finance a specific costs incurred by companies. So it's a different approach. On the other hand, the Valencian program, for instance, is conceived, as I mentioned already, as a comprehensive policy that pursues an improvement in labor productivity. So this is the main goal of the program. Whereas the Spanish program is laid out as more of sort of a classic policy to support innovation, to support organizational innovation in firms, and only, and this is important, only in industrial companies, because the initiative it's being carried out by the Ministry of Industry. So this is an important part, because in the first experiment, we will have companies coming from all the sectors of the economy, and in the second one, they are only industrial companies that are having, let's say, innovation expenses related to this transformation. Last but not least, the Valencian program requires companies to reduce their working week to 4 days a week or 32 hours. Both options are accepted. Whereas the Spanish program, you can enter the program only reducing at 10% of your normal working hours. So these are more or less the main treats. The when, just briefly, the Valencian program, it's already out in the street. It has already closed its application period. So therefore, in the coming months, we will select the companies and we will start the trials for these 3 years. On the contrary, the Spanish program is not yet fully closed. There's a certain degree of uncertainty on when it will be out. Negotiations are still going. So it is expected before the end of the year, because we have a budgetary allocation for that in the budget of this year, but it's still not clear. So just to finish, what we can learn from our experience of like engaging in these projects and in pushing this debate forward on society, on the economy. So I try to summarize it in 4 main ideas. The first is that the journey matters. So you have to create the preconditions for the debate on working hours to grow and to be easily understood. For instance, we try to do this fostering conversations and public events like this, like just to talk about the future of work and to do it in an out-of-the-box way. So trying alternatives and trying different solutions. A second important thing is that, for us at least, is that having a focus on productivity, and this is very related to what we were talking this morning, can bring agents together. For instance, companies, unions, political parties, civil society can agree upon this issue even if they have different interests or ideologies. So productivity, it's an important issue to talk about. The third part is that having a real experiences that support a little bit your discourse of these alternatives help a lot. So being lucky and having these brave companies that are already doing shorter working week helps a lot. For instance, we had the great fortune of having a chain of restaurants in Madrid that is pioneering this 4-day working week, and thus we could easily refute the arguments that this measure was not convenience, for instance, for the tourism sector or the service sector, which, as you know, is especially strong in Spain. So this is important. And last, you have to be brave. I mean, you have to be courageous, both as a policymaker and also as a company. You have to be willing to fail and to take risk, and you have to push. You have to try to convince a wider range of people. You have to create a new common sense, let's say a new paradigm, as we are talking along the workshop. And you also have to raise awareness of the importance of experimenting with new ideas in public policy. Ideas like the 4-day working week that allow us to create good jobs and also reshape the economy, putting people and planet first. Thank you very much. Dankeschön.
Danke auch. Thank you. So the next speaker will be Joanna Nolt. She is a sociologist at the Federal Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. Her research focuses on the working time autonomy and social inequality, flexible working hours and working time organizations. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, first, good evening, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to also put a focus of occupational science into this panel. And I would like to focus on aspects of working time and job demands as factor for health and well-being. So what is the current situation about a 4-day week in Germany? I think, as you know, at the moment, we do not have a big empirical field study about the 4-day week, but some companies are already going this way of working time reduction, and they do it in 2 ways. One is the real reduction, and the other way is the redistribution. So in 4-day week or shorter hours, shorter work day hours, like 6-hour days. And recently, the media, politics, but also some opinion research studies are bringing the 4-day week always back on the table of discussion as an important part of future of work. So if we have a look into our own survey, it's the Bauer Working Time Survey. It is a representative or study in Germany for employees working at least 10 hours a week. And as you can see, we can point out a clear trend. So for example, men in 2015 answered our question for preferred working time with 38 or like nearly 39 hours. So at that time, the actual working time was around about 42 hours. And now we can see in 2021 in the data that there's another reduction of 2 hours a week. So on average, they say now that they want to work, I say 37 hours. And what we cannot see, just to tie up on the discussion we just had, you have not this big reduction at the woman part. So, and if we have a closer look into the survey from 2021, you can see that it is the big red bar. Even in full time, the reduction wishes are much clearer. So in normal full time from 35 to 48 hours a week, we can see around about 5 hours for both genders. And if we have long full time, so over 48 hours here in Germany, we can see 12 to 15 hours of reduction of work. And in 2021, we also integrated a new question about how many work days you like to, you wish to work. And there we can see that over 50% full-time and half-time would like to work 4 days or even less. As our main research focus at the Federal Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, we focus on working time as a unit of various job demands on duration and as an expression of structure of work. So working time comes together with many different job strains, like constant accessibility, working changes on a short notice, working on call, atypical working hours. The daily working routine is very different from occupation to occupation, and I hope I can point out why this is important when we would talk about working time reduction. So if we are thinking about an office worker, for example, he has to plan his task. He has a lot of meetings. He's working under time pressure, under performance pressure. He's checking mails at home. So, and all these job demands were increasing over the last years. So, we gain a lot more of work intensity, as my colleague already mentioned. But we also have this physical aspects as from work, like long sitting, for example, if we come back to the office worker. If we're thinking about a construction worker, for example, he's working outside while raining, while massive sun, he has to carry heavy things. Or if it comes to a production worker, they're doing night shifts and doing the same movement for hours. So in all these cases, we need to understand working time as a unit for the duration people are handling job demands, and also as a unit to, how much recovery do they need? And all these job demands then have something to do with our health. So in the research about long working hours, because there's much more evidence comparing to reducing working hours, we can find the negative relationship between job demands, I was talking already about it, and different aspects of physical and mental health. So if employees working long, and I think we have to be clear, this is the reality we are living in. So long working days and overtime is the normal right now. We can find sleep disorders, depression, rising risk of heart diseases, rising risk of work accidents, and also musculoskeletal disorders. And the satisfaction with work-life balance and also with work in general is worse. So what do we know then if we're talking about well-being and working time reduction? Not so much, but there are 2 or 3 big meta studies, and all of them find it's not surprising positive effects if we reduce working hours. So I want to make it clear. So in the results, they are finding less fatigue, better sleep, a better handling of stress, and a general raise of well-being. And I think it's really nice that it's matching to the things we already find in the first half-time study from Great Britain. So if I have to formulate a hypothesis now, I would say working time reduction is good for the well-being of employees, but, and I want to underline this but, we need to do it sustainable, so that the working time reduction or redistribution should not bring even more work intensity to the employees, more job demands, and more overtime, because then we know there cannot be a positive health effect.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna, also for the insights to the health consequences of too much work. So I would like to open the discussion, I just remember the quote of Keynes that Till and also David was mentioning, that Keynes said working time would decrease, but what we see now, it does not. I think maybe this is a good question to ask. Why do you think it is not? And do we agree on that? Or do you both agree on that? Till, could you start maybe?
Sure. Well, yeah. I mean, I think David and I pointed to similar causes, one of which, in my view, and I think a lot of the evidence, both based on macro level analysis, but also micro level analysis, shows this, that income inequality is a major factor or a major obstacle to shorter working hours. And actually something that I think neither Keynes nor his contemporaries, Thorstein Veblen wrote a bit earlier than Keynes, and showed that at the turn of the 20th century, late 19th, early 20th century, actually he spoke about the leisure class, high income, wealthy individuals that showed off their leisure. So leisure was conspicuous. They didn't work, and they had white skin to signal that they didn't have to work. Whereas the working classes, low wage workers, they were tanned and they work very long hours. Now there has been what some have called the great reversal. high wage workers actually work the longest hours. And in the United States, it's very significant. The prevalence of extreme work hours, more than 50 hours per week, is now highest in the top wage decile. So workers with the highest hourly real wages work the longest hours. And in my reading of the evidence, this has a lot to do with the explosion of top incomes in the US and the competition for those top jobs, and also a competition for educational success at the very top of the distribution. And this is so significant, especially in the United States, because these top wage workers have a very high share in total private consumption, and they have a very high carbon footprint. So I think a priority should be to reduce work hours among the top income group, say the top 20% of the income or wage distribution. And similar trends have been going on in Germany, where the divergence of work hours between low hourly real wage workers and high hourly real wage workers has continued to increase over the past 20 years. So also in Germany, those with a high hourly real wage work the longest hours. And so there is, I think, a lot of potential for reducing both income inequality, but also leisure inequality, because leisure inequality is the flip side of income inequality, wage inequality, because those who are income rich today, the working rich, are actually leisure poor. And so I think this is something that Keynes didn't see, the importance of status competitions and how they are geared towards conspicuous consumption and status competition, where income derived from labor is an important vehicle. So in the previous session, we had this debate whether we should reduce the gender pay gap by having women work longer hours or men work shorter hours. And I think an important parallel debate to be had is whether we want to reduce income inequality by supporting or by making sure that low wage workers work longer hours, or by supporting shorter work hours by high income workers. And I think this second route to reducing wage inequality, income inequality, is much preferable. And I think Keynes just underestimated the importance of these status competitions, and he thought that especially high productivity, high wage individuals would just at some point devote their time to more noble causes and to just work less, because I think he didn't see that they would be entrenched in these status competitions. So that at least what we might take here.
Very interesting. David, would you agree?
To some degree, but I'm concerned by what you're saying at the same time. I know the situation in the UK where low-income households tend to be underemployed, but that then what they tend to do to increase their income is take on multiple jobs. So they're incredibly busy. We're working 4 or 5 jobs to make ends meet. So I'm not sure it's the case that they're somehow the poor and idle class. I think they're working damn hard, and probably harder than the guys at the top making lots of money in the city. It may be different in Germany, I don't know, but I think that there's a sense in which everybody I think everybody's working hard, and and that then relates to another point, and that's the concern I'd have with trying to target those who've got lots of money to work less. For me, everybody should be working less. And this is sometimes the problem in the way that the 4-day week trials are sometimes run, where it's the middle class who've got access. You know, it's small boutique sort of marketing agencies who are moving to 4-day weeks. It's not cleaning companies and you know that concerns me in the sense that everybody should benefit from working less, not just those who are in privileged positions who can afford to work less. So in that sense, I'd want to target as a universal right and look then to engineer moves towards it. I mean, in the UK, the Labour Party in 2019, as part of their election campaign, committed to a 4-day working week. They lost, they didn't win, but there was a sense in which they're no longer committed to it. But that was an important political statement that the 4-day week was for all. Yeah, and you know, in that sense in which, you know, if the system's delivering for us all, it's not just about paying us more, it's also giving us more of our time back. I think in terms of Keynes and your question, Keynes was just looking at the trends. Yeah, you know, when he wrote the essay, he could see that, you know, work hours were falling, unions were strong, and he just extrapolated forwards. So if you continue the same trends as, you know, by 2030, 100 years after he wrote the essay, you know, we get a 15-hour working week, and that would involve, as I try to state in my presentation, sharing the gains of productivity. Now, you know, he wasn't deluded in that sense of sort of thinking that, you know, somehow, you know, capitalists would hand over the proceeds. No, I think he believed that, you know, strong unions would be present. They would put pressure on employers, and there'd be that sharing out of the gains. Capitalists themselves, once they've earned more, they don't want to earn any more, and in that sense, they can pass some of those proceeds on. And then, you know, the other idea of giving up on work, absolute needs. He talked about absolute needs. He thought we had finite needs, and once we met those, we'd give up. Keynes was radical. Keynes believed that capitalism would give way to another type of system, one not based on constant capital accumulation. Constant capital accumulation for Keynes was you know, the love of money for the sake of making more money. You know, this is a pathological sort of, you know, absurd way of living, but it was a necessary evil. It was a necessary evil in getting us to the future to deliver us this leisure society. But once we got that leisure society, we'd find other ways to live, which wouldn't involve getting money. It'd be, as Till pointed out, you know, finding, you know, leisurely ways to live. But in that sense, that would be open for all, not just the leisure class would become the entirety of the population. And capitalism would then give way to another system. He had this post-capitalist future in his head. Great essay. You must read it if you've not read it.
Okay, that's interesting. I think there's not a clear agreement, but I like the way when you mentioned that there's so many people who are not so rich, but also working a lot with multiple jobs. Jutta Allmendinger also mentioned the working poor, and I like the thing you mentioned, the working less as a basic right. And I wonder whether there's a combination, or let's say there are other social movements, not only the working less movement, but also I mean, earlier we were talking about work as a social right, and we talked about underemployment, and there's another movement, the basic income movement, for instance. Are there similarities or something, or does anybody see similarities there here, or is it completely different?
Well, just one specific point in terms of the right to work, and again, probably garbled in what I said, but the sense in which a leveling down in work hours would create then more opportunity for people to get work. Yeah, it's about sharing work, that sense in which work time reduction can also create opportunities for people to access work who currently denied work. In that, you know, again, when I debate these issues, you know, there is a post-work movement, yeah, which links to basic income, where the post-work movement is about ridding society of work. So that the right to work would be anathema to them, in the sense that, you know, the vision of the future for them would be one where we don't work and all our time is spent as leisure. I don't subscribe to that myself on the basis I think work has a role to play in giving us goods beyond money. So So there's a consistency, I would say, between work time reduction and that right to work issue. I think then also our definition of work needs to be broadened, in the sense that, going back to the previous discussion about unpaid and paid work, because not, you know, paid work is not the only type of work which is undertaken in society. There is unpaid work in the household. The argument's often made that work time reduction can help improve gender equality goals in terms of sharing out housework. I think the evidence is mixed on that. I think there are studies in Germany where what tends to happen is that male household members go out and spend more time fishing or their holidays, and the female member of the household will continue doing as much housework as before. So I think there's an issue there of challenging gender norms, and that work time reduction then is not that silver bullet. Yeah, and this comes at issues about climate change, changing the economy. You know, I think work time reduction is a key thing. You know, I've advocated for many years, but it's a sense in which it needs to be seen as part of a sort of broader package. And also, this goes back to Dani Rodrik's point as well, about a vision of the future as well, and a vision of the economy, the one that we want to live in, and not necessarily the one that we have now, which challenges our thinking, and in that sense sort of redefine what work is, who does it, how it's allocated, its content, and, you know, in that sense we can achieve a better economy, better society.
May I tie it up over there? Sure. Yeah, because for me as a sociologist, it's quite important that work gives our society structure. And I think some years ago there was a study of how much paid work is necessary for well-being. And yeah, the result was at least 8 hours a week, and hopefully not more than 48. So, but coming back to this point Till mentioned, at the moment, yeah, we're living in this overtime culture. And I think it's also a problem of culture when we are talking about how we can reduce working time. So for me now, it's interesting that this discussion is turning. And yeah, the millennials, the Gen Y is coming to work, and is, I think, more asking this question about how do I want to live and work, but work is not the main part anymore. And yeah, this could be a big chance to put into this discussion and to go forward and to think about how can the culture of work also change, and the culture of working time.
Yes, many thanks for that point. Indeed, also Jutta Allmendinger made that point earlier on the culture of for instance, the difference between East and West German labor behavior. Yeah, do you have also a comment on that already? Otherwise,
yeah, I just wanted to point out in the line of this last comment that I think one of the things that Keynes may have underestimated as well is this strength of the work ethic. I mean, there is a morality around society that tells us that working hard, it's good, that you have to effort yourself. I mean, we see this in the extreme cases, for instance, in South Korea or Japan, when dying of overwork, it's a real health problem. So because people think that well, they have to work a lot and they have to effort themselves, and in some sort of way, this is very related to our Catholic culture, Protestant culture, that tell us that this is a sacrifice that we must do. So this is a thing that it's important also to tackle. And this is why at the end of the slides, I mentioned like this importance, like to create this new common sense. I mean, because for instance, when you look, for instance, at the surveys that we have, for instance, in Spain, even if we are one of the countries in Europe that have the longest working hours, almost 90% of people say that they want to work the same that they work now or more hours. Only 10% of people say that they want to work less. But this is also related to what David was saying before. To this, of course, if you don't have time, I mean, you have to spend more. You have to buy food that it's already prepared. You need to maybe hire someone to do the chores at home that you cannot do. I mean, this is a kind of vicious cycle that makes you even more poor. So this cycle, I think it plays also a role in explaining, for instance, why so many people want to work more. And there is also a gender gap that it's also important. In these same statistics that I was mentioning, most of the people that it's saying that would be willing to work less are women. And for instance, in these two programs that I explained, we had to put like a specific requirement that when the firm applies for the program, they have to select the same amount of women as men. Because for instance, we detected that in some firms, they were planning to do this only, for instance, let's say in departments that have a high degree of female presence, for instance, I don't know, marketing department or something like that. And this, in our view, it's like a regression because you are like sending women home to take care of the chores, to take care of children and so on. So it's like a step back of where we want to be. So this is a thing that we also like took into account in our programs. So I think the work ethic is like a central issue that it's an important obstacle. I mean, you have to deal with it. And the good thing is that when we start to talk about the 4-day week, a lot of questions come around people. I mean, people ask themselves questions about their work, and I think this is important already because sometimes we take like work like some sacred thing that we possess and we don't have to question it. And well, I think we have to talk more about this kind of issues.
Actually, regarding the surveys you mentioned, and also there's Spain and there's Germany and their differences across countries and across time, probably we have seen convergence or a trend, probably we have seen just a business cycle. Do you think, or do you see there's a cyclical phenomenon in the numbers across time you see, or is it a trend? Or, for instance, or do the differences across countries reflect institutions or cyclical effects?
Yeah, I think the difference is, for instance, in our case, for instance, in Spain, one of the important factors that it's playing into this, it's the high level of unemployment. I mean, if you have a high level of unemployment, obviously, like possessing a job, it's like a treasure. I mean, that's the thing that you want. It doesn't matter if it's long working hours. It doesn't matter if it pays little. You have a job. That's the essential thing. So, of course, it's a bit, in this sense, the willingness like to work less, obviously, it correlates to the economic cycle in this kind of economies like the Spanish one, where these things are very related. I mean, in other cases, for instance, we did study a bit what it happens with the pandemic and so on. And we detected that from this experience, many people like realizes that they can work in a different way. I mean, they don't have to be in the office always. They can do remote work, for instance. So people start to wonder a bit about their work, and they may be willing, more open to experiment with these sort of questions. In fact, we detected that with this proposal and with these programs, we got a lot of attention during the pandemic because it was like the proper time to question everything and to put forward new alternatives like this. So it depends. I think there are multiple economic, social, cultural factors, but I think we are opening at least a way to talk about this, and it's increasingly around the world. So I think now we live in a time of opportunities to talk about about working less.
Yeah, working ethics and what role does institutions or the institution plays? Probably we were discussing a lot of like the tax system, probably also the social security system when it comes to unemployment and how to shape institutions so that we have a more fair or more valuable society. Is there any any idea for that? I mean, we could of course just reduce working time would be one, but probably through tax systems or whatever, we could also provide incentives for working more or less at specific points of the distribution. Is that a possibility too? I'm just asking everybody. I mean, sorry for shifting. I was just talking about the institutions. I don't know. Till maybe, I don't know. Do you have a comment? Oh, I don't want to.
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, institutions are obviously key. I mean, for one, wage bargaining is key because I think the potential for working time reductions will be greater if decisions over how to divide our time between work and leisure are taken on a collective basis, because then, I mean, from my perspective, then this reduces the scope for these individual arms races, because I do not compete with other individuals for status enhancing income consumption if we as a society collectively take the decision to all work less, because then we collectively quit the arms race. Then regulations as well. I mean, I think one topic that I think we should be a lot more concerned about also when talking about working time is the ecological challenge. And so I want to reiterate this point that the largest carbon footprint is obviously with high income people, high income workers. And it is these workers that work the longest hours. And I think they in particular need to be convinced that they should work shorter hours, reduce their consumption, and forego income increases as productivity increases, and as it were, benefit from increases in productivity by reducing working time rather than increasing income and consumption. And because I think in the future it will be necessary to regulate carbon intensive consumption. So for example, flying and using cars and all that will have to be much more tightly regulated. And once these ecologically detrimental types of consumption are much more tightly regulated, it will also become more attractive for especially high income people to simply enjoy more leisure rather than continue with their ecologically unsustainable lifestyles. So I think in that sense, institutions and regulations will have to play a very, very important role, because the highest carbon footprints are not with low income workers who also tend to work somewhat shorter hours than those at the very top of the wage distribution.
Just one question back to Till. Sorry, both of you. Then would you suggest, for instance, a more progressive tax system as a substitute for reducing working hours? I mean, it would fulfill the same goal, like reducing.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would really amount to a paradigmatic shift in the way in which we talk about income taxation, right? Because so far the debate has always been that excessive marginal income tax rates are an obstacle, like kill all the work effort and all that. But yeah, I think that's an interesting avenue to pursue to actually. I mean, there's also this proposal of a steeply progressive consumption tax, which is interesting, which was made by Caldor and a long time ago, and people like Robert Frank. But then maybe it will be actually more upfront to actually tax high incomes at higher rates rather than just consumption, to also just disincentivize income generation through work rather than just disincentivize consumption at the benefit of then increased wealth accumulation through saving. So yeah, I think in that regard, higher marginal income tax rates should also be discussed.
Okay, that was just one institutional question. Sorry, David, I interrupted you 2 times.
I was going to say exactly what Till said. I mean, Till referenced right at the beginning of his talk a book by Skidelsky, Edward and Robert, father and son, and in their book they advocate a luxury tax, I'm sure, as a way to try and counter that sort of arms race that you outlined before. Frank and others have also advocated that the implementation of that raises lots of problems, but that's, I mean, the important point about the arms race is that it pollutes the rest of society in the sense that the high consumption norm of the rich then feeds through, and it maintains high levels of consumption, which maintains high levels, long work hours, and that's sort of polluting it. So it's getting on top of that to reduce that arms race, but it's not easy to do. The interesting thing as well about this, as well in terms of the determination of work hours, is that there is some consent there. Yep. If you go back to the inequality point, it's a lack of power and coercion, forced longer hours. Workers have lost power. The assumption that they would work less if they had power, but those high consumption norms then lead to those long hours through consent. And this is unions have been criticised in the past for targeting pay rises and not reductions in work hours. Germany, I think, is the exception here, as far as I can tell. I think the Metalworkers Union a few years ago negotiated a 28-hour working week. I'm not sure if that's still in place, but in any case, I'm sure they settled for that. But it wasn't just a wage bargain. It wasn't just an attempt to raise wages. Work time reduction was part of the bargain. But that sense in which it's broadening that debate and looking beyond just more consumption.
Johanna.
Yeah, so in some points, trade unions are using flexibility, as an opportunity to not only do wages, but mostly they do it as a choose option. But I wanted to take one of your both points. So I think for me it's important if we're talking about the redistribution of work on the macro level, but what does it mean on the micro one? So if I'm reducing my work and I have overtime, who's doing my work? So I think this is like a big question behind. So why do we have long working hours right now? Because in most of the things there's not enough staff to do the work. So if we say, yeah, we want to reduce working time for everyone, then we also have to think about what reconstruction of companies does it take with it.
Isn't the simple answer to that, though, that firms find it cheaper to maintain long work hours than reduce them and hire more labour? It's a simple economic calculation. And if they need more work, they'll pay overtime rather than hire more workers. I think in that transition then to a shorter working time economy, we need then to raise, of how the extra jobs would be generated and that work would be redistributed. I mean, the arguments made, I think your presentation was around the productivity gains through shorter hours that can potentially compensate firms for the extra cost. I think though there's maybe a role for government as well in terms of trying to subsidise job creation on the back of work time reduction. So again, an important role for the state. I mean, this is, again, I can't emphasise this. I think relying on businesses to take the lead, it won't happen because we've waited, decades, and then, there may be a few of them around the table now, but whether we can convert them all, I doubt. This is why the state has got to play a role, and that's why the state's got to target a 4-day week. Otherwise, we could be sat here with lessons learned, not learned in 20 years' time.
So then tied up, maybe on this discussion of good jobs, so 2 examples from Germany, where we only have companies who are doing 4-day weeks. So it was quite interesting that they're both coming from the craft sector. So, and one got over hundreds of applications for educational training. And a company who I attend with a small study over here, they just started the 4-day week, but they're also doing it because they have so many retirements in the next years, then that they want to have healthier working conditions, so that they even not go earlier with 60, so they stay until they're 65. But yeah, in this case, I think working time reduction can also put a point on good jobs and good working conditions.
All right. Okay. Thank you. You wanted to reply to that, or I would say that.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, we can start the final round. You can start.
I was going to make a comment into the first presentation was it was a German government minister, I think it was, wasn't it? And his definition of good jobs involved higher pay and secure work. I think they were 2 things he focused on. What he didn't make reference to was any idea of work time reduction. So the sense in which then it doesn't appear to be on the political agenda. You know, I go back to the country where, you know, UK, where I'm from, you know, the working time directive is likely to go. Yeah. You know, so there's a sense in which that provides some protection to long hours. It's not, you know, that's probably going to go. So I think my point there is there's still a struggle to get the message across. Yeah, despite some progress being made, there's a lot of work still to be done in achieving less work. But I think my point would be then, in terms of the theme of this workshop, that work time reduction should be seen as a key part of what good work is. And in terms of making progress towards good work, we should target shorter work hours alongside other things as well, in terms of a suite of objectives, but don't lose sight of work time reduction. And in terms of your minister, if you've got a good coalition government now, with Social Democrats in the coalition and Greens, push them hard in terms of achieving that work time reduction. See if they can emulate the Spanish government in terms of a trial of a 4-day working week. That would be great. And we could see the results, hopefully, in a positive way, like we've seen already.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure whether we have the time for a final round, actually, but maybe for final comments, if anybody of you likes to do so.
Yeah, I was just wanted to point out one thing that David said, and to reverse it a little bit. I think we are living in a very unique moment. I mean, I think through history we've had at least 3 different waves, let's call it like that, of work time reduction through history. We have a first wave that it's in the beginning of the 20th century or end of the 19th century, with unions and workers pushing for the reduction of the working time as a democratic right, as a political central issue in the debate. We later on, after World War II and so on in 70s, 80s, we have some debates about the working time reduction in France and Germany, for instance, and we see how the state may play a role, for instance, in France with the 35-hour law, or in Germany, the unions. There are very successful examples of reducing working hours in the metal sector and so on that are studied. And now I think we are living a very different third moment where businesses are actually taking the lead. I mean, and this is very strange because, for instance, also in Spain, like unions have been behind this trend. I mean, they are talking about this issue now, but they were not doing this so 2 or 3 years ago. So we have a coalition of different business leaders that have a different vision, that maybe, in fact, as David pointed out also, maybe they are in some technological sectors, in sectors where conditions of working are already better. But I think they can also help like the other more small enterprises and so on, like to come along. I mean, it's a slow process. It's not so fast as we would like, but I think they've set an example. They set an important example for the others, and I think I mean, there is a new business rationale developing. I mean, from the business point of view, I mean, working long hours, it's inconvenient in all senses. I mean, you have workers that don't want to be in your company. You have workers that maybe they're absent for the workplace. They have to take a sickness leave or something like that. I mean, it costs you money, and if you want creative workers, if you want people that actually cares about your company, you have to care about these workers, and you have to give them the flexibility and less working hours. So I think we are living in a very unique moment in this sense, and we have to profit from that to build, to try to find a common ground. And I think this common ground is around productivity, around the idea that working longer hours, it's contrary to improving productivity. So I think this is one of the key questions.
Okay, anybody else for final
Maybe
comment?
Briefly on the productivity issue. So as I see it, Johanna just asked the question, like, who will do the necessary work if we all work less? The same question was asked 100 years ago when the normal work week was 50 or 60 hours. But the whole point of productivity gains is that we as society can afford to both enjoy a high material standard of living and work short hours. So in my view, shorter hours are not a way to boost productivity, but increasing productivity creates an opportunity for everybody to work less. And I think this is really was Keynes's main idea. And I think this is also a debate that we need to have if we want to talk about a new paradigm, because for ecological reasons, I reiterate this point, our lifestyle is not sustainable, and shorter work hours are not only a way of leading a healthier life and actually responding to individual preferences. People want to work shorter hours if it weren't for the rat race, and it's just also a way to lead more ecologically sustainable lives. So that will be my utopian final comment.
All right, thank you. Joanna, you have a final remark?
I think most of the points are already mentioned. Productivity for me can only work when we have healthy, good working conditions. And this means that we have less work intensity and maybe less job demands. So yeah, and if this goes together with shorter working hours, what I personally think it goes together, then it should be my future of work. So because I have a lot of working hours and working years just in front of me. So yeah, that would be a good future.
All right, perfect. With that positive note, we can close this session, I think. And I thank everybody for being here, for attending. Till and David, John, and Joanna, thank you to everybody. And yeah, sorry for taking extra time, but yeah, see you next time.
Thank you, Christian. And just to close the day, I just wanted to remind and just to bridge our discussion to tomorrow also, to remind what I presented at the beginning, reminding what the paradigm was in 1994 when the OECD has published their job studies, and that was about job protection is too strict, benefit systems are too generous, there shouldn't be minimum wages, and we should all work more. And that was the general topic, especially for Germany, where all economists complained about us working too little. So just to remind and to say that I think we're probably not yet in a new paradigm fixed. There's a lot of testing, there's a lot of reflecting on it, and a lot of elements where we are not yet sure how they work out, but I think we are in a very different world and very different discussions, and we have seen brilliant minds like Dani Rodrik talking about that. We've seen that the government, the German government and other governments are thinking about it. The Spanish are thinking about 4 days a week, and the British too, Germans less, but we may catch up. And that all to inspire you and should inspire you and to get back tomorrow. We will have some sessions where we will deep dive into some specific topics. Till mentioned climate, so we will talk about the climate transition and what does that mean for good or bad jobs. Will that be more good jobs or bad jobs? We'll talk about bargaining with a huge session implying some leading figures of the German Trade Union Confederation and leading economists, and finish by a session on artificial intelligence, which is quite important to know what does that mean for good jobs or bad jobs, and should we direct, we have had this discussion today, in some sort of good way instead of a bad way. So thanks a lot for your attention here and online, and for the panel and Christian and all the people who were involved. We reconvene tomorrow at 11:30, if I'm correct. So thank you and have a good night, good evening.